The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by our guest chaplain, Rabbi Levi Slonim of the Chabad of Binghamton, Vestal, New York.
Master of the universe, in beseeching you for blessings, we act in kindness and charity. Bless these distinguished members of Congress, chosen by so many, who fulfill one of the 7 Noahide commandments you gave unto humanity, namely, to govern by just laws. In these unprecedented and challenging times for our nation, we recall the timeless words of my revered leader, global spiritual leader and teacher, the Rebbe, Rabbi Menachem M. Schneerson of righteous memory, whose passing 30 years ago we commemorated earlier this month. He taught, difference need not lead to division. On the contrary, true unity comes from a synthesis of different, even opposite thrusts. Differences between people are overshadowed by what is common to all of us. We are God's creations. Merciful Father, today we pray for a swift and safe return of the hostages being held in Gaza and an end to all conflict in Israel and throughout the world. Almighty God, please bless the Congress so that they foster an environment of love and acceptance, a deeper appreciation that within each individual lies untapped potential. In the words of Maimonides, each person must see themselves as though the entire world were held in balance, and with a single deed they can tip the scales, ushering in the era of redemption as proclaimed by Isaiah, when nation shall not lift the sword against nation, neither shall they learn war anymore. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentlewoman from Hawaii, Ms. Takuda.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Without objection, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Molinaro, is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is truly a high honor to have Rabbi Levi Slonim as our guest chaplain today. Rabbi Slonim co-directs Chabad downtown in Binghamton, New York, alongside his wife, Hadassah, and is also the Director of Development at Rohr Chabad Center for Jewish Student Life at Binghamton University. His faith journey began as a child in Binghamton when his parents, guided by the Rebbe, Rabbi Menachem Schneerson, established a Chabad presence there in 1985. What started in a modest one-bedroom apartment has grown into a thriving hub that welcomes over 1,500 students each semester. Rabbi Slonim's work has also taken him across the globe, providing programming in the United States and communities across Europe. Since returning to Binghamton in 2008, he has initiated impactful programs like the Binghamton JGC, the Listen Up Mental Health Fellowship, and has led over 800 students on birthright trips to Israel. Rabbi Levi Slonim, we welcome you, and we thank you for being here today. We thank you for your leadership. We thank you for your strong faith, and we thank you that you have been a light in sometimes dark world. Your dedication to faith, education, and community service is an inspiration to us all. We thank you for joining us this morning, and with that, I yield back.
The chair will entertain up to 5 further requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from Minnesota seek recognition?
For 1 minute.
Without objection. Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A public servant, a veteran, a small business owner, and my friend, St. Cloud Mayor Dave Kleis, is retiring after nearly 30 years in office. Dave found his passion for politics while serving in the Air Force and working as a congressional liaison at the Pentagon. He then represented the St. Cloud area in the state Senate for 10 years, eventually becoming the Senate Minority Leader. Dave is a customer service representative, During his 20 years as mayor, he hosted over 1,000 town halls, including multiple 24-hour marathon town halls, and frequently invited residents to his home for dinner. Dave has been an incredible partner working with us on hard infrastructure projects in the St. Cloud Cop House. Thank you, Dave, for your service to St. Cloud, Stearns County, and the state of Minnesota. Enjoy your retirement. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to thank an incredible member of my team, my Director of Operations, Daniel Holt, who is retiring later this summer after 25 years of public service. Daniel's title doesn't even begin to reflect all that he does. Daniel is a rock star. He always knows who to call, what to do, and how to get it done. He makes sure that everyone in our district has an open door to my office. He has served this institution, this country, and the people of Massachusetts with incredible integrity and dedication. And in the process, he has made the world a better place. On a personal level, Daniel is like family to me and my wife, Lisa, and my kids, Molly and Patrick. And I also want to recognize his family, Denise, Eleanor, Isaac, and Ava. I know Daniel will continue to do great things in the future. And on behalf of Team McGovern, Daniel, we are full of gratitude to you, and we will forever be grateful to call you a mentor, a colleague, and a friend. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this moment, Mrs. Paulette Harlow, a 75-year-old Catholic grandmother, is locked in a federal prison cell. Why? For peacefully and prayerfully blocking access to a third trimester, late-term abortion mill. Mrs. Harlow is one of many convicted under Biden administration for violating the FACE Act, which prohibits any obstruction to abortion clinic entrances. For that offense, this wheelchair-bound grandmother will spend 2 years in jail. Meanwhile, the same prosecutors declined to prosecute 67% of all people charged with a crime in Washington, D.C., even violent crimes. At sentencing, the judge mocked her and her faith, demanding that she, quote, make every effort to stay alive as part of the, quote, tenets of her religion. Biden's DOJ is politically weaponizing our justice system through selective enforcement, disproportionate sentencing, and bigotry. Congress must stop these political persecutions and help save the lives of unborn babies. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, let me tell you what the buzz is about in Wilson, North Carolina. Thomas Batts, a commercial horticulture agent with the North Carolina Cooperative Extension Service in Wilson County, was honored as the 2024 North Carolina State Cooperative Extension Agent of the Year in recognition of his service to agriculture and beekeepers. Thomas is known for his hands-on and engaging horticulture programming, which includes beekeeping school and commercial vegetable production workshops. Thomas was instrumental in forming the Wilson County Beekeepers Association, which now has over 125 members. Congratulations, Thomas, on this well-deserved award. Your hard work is a testament to your care for Eastern North Carolina. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Kansas seek recognition?
I rise to recess for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Kansas is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, last week I couldn't help but notice the stark differences in the plans that Democrats and Republicans laid out for America's future. During my town halls, Kansas demanded that we address our national debt and crushing inflation. They're shocked about the millions of illegal immigrants who have and continue to enter the country and the risks that they pose to the integrity of our elections. Our country is going down the wrong path, and we need to fix it quickly. During our convention, President Trump and Republicans laid out our vision to make America wealthy again, safe again, strong again, and to make America great again. Meanwhile, President Biden withdrew from the race, propping up Vice President Harris as the Democrat nominee. Make no mistake, Mr. Speaker, Vice President Harris is the chief executive officer of President Biden's border crisis and is the mastermind behind his pro-abortion policies. A Harris administration would simply be more radical continuation of the last 3.5 years. Americans deserve better. The contrast can now be clear. The Republican Party is the only party that is prepared to get America back on track. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Speaker, request unanimous consent to press the House for 1 minute and allow to extend my remarks.
Without objection, gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to celebrate the service of my friend Bob Palmasina, who retired last week after more than 8 years as the Public Works Manager for Collier Township. Before this role, Bob worked for more than 30 years in public works for the city of Pittsburgh and for Allegheny County. Collier is a growing municipality in my congressional district, and Bob led the Public Works Department to take care of a bunch of things: clearing the roads from snow, road repairs, maintenance of parks and fields and courts, street signs, crosswalks, picking up leaves, and a heck of a lot more. Public service is not for the weak of heart, and the work and the hours can be grueling. Bob always remained focused and committed to his work and the shared prosperity of our community. Bob continues to serve on the Allegheny County Council, and he is a dedicated coach and mentor to so many youth athletes in our area. Thank you for your service, Bob. Good luck in your next chapter. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
June 27 marks 71 years since the Korean War Armistice Agreement. The Korean War Veterans Memorial in Washington, D.C. reads, in quote, "Our nation honors her sons and daughters who answered the call to defend a country they never knew and a people they never met. We will never forget the sacrifices of the American and Korean soldiers who gave everything to defend them and defend freedom. As a Korean American who grew up in South Korea after the Korean War, I know I am here because of them. I'm a proud American serving in Congress, and this is not something I take lightly. While the war ended 71 years ago, we must remain clear-eyed on the threat that is posed by North Korea. I'll do my part as chairwoman of the House Foreign Affairs Subcommittee on Indo-Pacific. Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the House for 1 minute and continue my remarks. I rise to thank...
Gentlelady's time's expired. Gentlelady's time's expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition? Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, we should all be outraged by the murder of Sonia Massey, an unarmed 36-year-old mother of two who was killed in her own home, clearly struggling with mental illness. The police officers did not know how to respond. They threatened to shoot her in the face, and they actually shot her in the face. Sonia Massey should be alive today. Breonna Taylor should be alive today. Trayvon Martin, Eric Gardner, Ahmaud Arbery, and so many more. We need transformational police reform now in our country. This officer should have never been on the job. And as a black man, every time I see another black person, particularly black woman, killed by law enforcement, it takes a piece of our soul. We have a black woman running to be president while black women are being shot and killed in our communities.
Gentleman's time's expired.
Enough is enough. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Seeking unanimous consent to address the House for a minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, in the United States, over 1/3 of all food produced is never consumed. including a significant portion of livestock and animal products. Now think about that for a minute. For the amount that is consumed, half of it is not. That's equivalent of 143 billion meals, enough to feed every American 3 times over for a year. This waste comes at an enormous financial cost. Over $473 billion worth of food is thrown away annually. Beyond that monetary loss, this waste results in unnecessary consumption of resources, water and energy. The production of animal resources demands significant amount of water and energy. When food is wasted, so too are these critical resources. When meat is discarded, all the water used in its production is wasted as well, which is a high water use. The energy expended in raising, processing, transporting these products is lost, wasted, contributing to inefficiencies and waste of resources. Farmers, I am one, invest countless hours, labor, and resources into growing crops and raising livestock. It drives us crazy to see it wasted. Transportation also plays a crucial role. We lose that energy. We must do better on utilizing our food
time's
so
expired.
kids don't go hungry. I go back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Hawaii seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to address the abductions of Japanese citizens by North Korea since the 1970s and call for resolution and closure for affected families who have waited for over 4 decades for answers. Japan has officially recognized 17 missing people as victims of North Korean abductions. Most of them were in their 20s, but Megumi Yokota was just 13. While North Korea admitted to these abductions and released 5 victims in the early 2000s, the fates of the remaining 12 are unknown. North Korea claims, without concrete evidence, that 8 victims died of unnatural causes such as traffic accidents and gas poisonings, while 4 never entered the territory. Glaring contradictions in North Korea's reports raise doubt about the fate of these abductees. Meanwhile, relatives of the abductees have passed away, waiting for resolution. I have met family members and felt their pain as they hold decades-old pictures of their loved ones. These unresolved abductions are grave injustices that undermine international law and human rights. We must support Japan in demanding justice and end decades of grief and uncertainty for these families. We must hold North Korea accountable, bring the abductees home, and give aging loved ones the peace they deserve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair lays before the House the following enrolled bills.
Senate 1973, an act to require the purchase of domestically made flags of the United States of America for use by the federal government.
Chair announces the Speaker's appointment pursuant to Section 114B of the John C. Stennis Center for Public Service Training and Development Act, 2 U.S.C. 1103, in the order of the House, January 9, 2023, of the following individual on the part of the House to the Board of Trustees for the John C. Stennis Center for Public Service Training and Development for a term of 6 years.
Mr. Michael Joseph Summers of Alexandria, Virginia.
Chair announces the Speaker's appointment pursuant to Section 1 of the Library of Congress Trust Fund Board, Act 2 U.S.C. 154, and the order of the House, January 9, 2023, of the following individual on the part of the House to the Library of Congress Trust Fund Board for a 5-year term.
Mr. Saul Aaron Fox of Miami Beach, Florida.
This is the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1376, I call up House Res 1371 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
Clerk, report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 1371, resolution strongly condemning the Biden administration and its border czar, Kamala Harris's failure to secure the United States border.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1376, amendment to the preamble printed in House Report 117-607 is adopted and the resolution as amended is considered read. The resolution as amended shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee of Homeland Security or their respective designees. The gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Green. Gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Thompson. Each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Green.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on HRES 1376.
Without objection. Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
On March 24th, 2021, President Joe Biden announced to the American people that he tasked Vice President Kamala Harris to, quote, lead our efforts, end quote, to address the, quote, root causes, end quote, of the border by working with Mexico and Central America to stem the flow of illegal border crossings at the southwest border. However, since President Biden and Vice President Harris took office, CBP has recorded more than 9.6 million encounters nationwide, and this number continues to rapidly increase. Over 200,000 Americans have died from the fentanyl flooding across our open border. Precious lives, like those of Laken Riley, Rachel Morin, Jocelyn Ngunre, have been brutally taken by illegal aliens who have been released. We've been told that Vice President Harris's job was to find the root causes of the crisis. Turns out, to do so, she could have just looked in the mirror. Now, it would be charitable to say that Vice President Harris is completely out of her depth when it comes to securing the border. The fact is, she has a long track record of opposing border security and immigration enforcement. Whether as a senator, a presidential candidate, or as Joe Biden's quote-unquote border czar. For example, then Senator Harris advocated abolishing immigration and customs enforcement. She proudly boasted that she'd introduced legislation to reduce the number of ICE detention beds, and she also advocated for doing away with private detention facilities. She called construction of the new border wall system a stupid use of money. She opposed the use of Title 42 during the COVID-19 pandemic, and she even once compared ICE to the KKK. In her short-lived campaign for president in 2019, Vice President Harris declared during one debate that she supported decriminalizing illegal border crossings. According to her campaign website, long-standing bipartisan border security policies were cruel and out of control. As Vice President, her track record has been just as dismal. Let's first recognize that many of the very policies she supported as a senator, including cutting ICE beds, ending border wall construction, and ending Title 42, became reality after she took office. Further, despite being President Biden's border czar, after saying border visits were just grand gestures, she's only made one trip to the southwest border, all the way back in June of 2021, in what Texas Democrat Representative Henry Cuellar called a politically safe, check-the-box visit. She has not been back since. And just this week, it was reported that she has never spoken with current Border Patrol Chief Jason Owens or his predecessor, Chief Raul Ortiz. This belies absolute dereliction of her responsibility to secure the border. This longtime extremist has run point on ending the Biden administration's self-inflicted border crisis, and it shows. Vice President Harris has also lied to the American people repeatedly about the crisis she helped create. In June of 2022, she falsely claimed on national television the border is secure. We have a secure border and that is a priority for any nation, including ours and our administration. She also helped spread the vicious lies about mounted Border Patrol agents in Del Rio, Texas, slandering and maligning them for just doing their jobs. Now, given how bad the border is for them politically, our friends on the left are suddenly aghast that we are again referring to the Vice President as the border czar. However, back in March 2021, even the corporate media were describing her role with this title, which, as we all remember from the Obama years, simply means a government official tasked with the responsibility for a particular policy issue. Now the Vice President Harris is the presumptive Democrat nominee for president. We've watched our colleagues on the other side of the aisle get defensive about it, because they know they cannot possibly defend her disastrous handling of the border crisis she was supposed to end. Vice President Harris is an extreme, dishonest, open border radical. That's why President Biden entrusted her with this role. She owns all of his failed border policies and the horrific consequences that have resulted from them. Americans know it, and I'm glad that this Congress will acknowledge it too. I reserve the balance of my time.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging personalities toward the Vice President. Gentleman from Tennessee reserves. Gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong opposition to the unserious and politically motivated resolution. It's sad that today we are wasting time on this pointless resolution, which is nothing more than a campaign press release rather than addressing real problems facing the American people. But a do-nothing resolution is right in line with this do-nothing Congress. The House is about to go on vacation for 6 weeks, having delivered only political resolutions, not solutions, for the American people. In fact, my Republican colleagues are so eager to campaign, they are starting the August recess a week early and rushing to the floor with this press release disguised as a resolution before they head for the exits. Let's make no mistake. This resolution is only before this body because Vice President Harris will be the Democratic nominee for president. Testing new campaign messaging, though, is not a good use of the House's time. Yet, that is all this resolution offers. It changes absolutely nothing. It does not even pretend to change anything. I'm sure the American people would rather use our time to fund the government, but my Republican colleagues can't seem to agree among themselves about that. Instead, here we are debating House Resolution 1371, a second-rate attempt to election interference. Perhaps it's also an ethics violation, since my Republican colleagues are blatantly using House resources for campaign purposes. And like so much other campaign literature, this political resolution is premised on falsehoods and supported by cherry-picked statistics. The resolution would have you believe President Biden and Vice President Harris inherited an impenetrable southern border from the former administration. This is just not true. The cruel and inhumane policies of the Trump administration did not deter irregular migration. It took a worldwide shutdown caused by COVID-19 pandemic to temporarily reduce the ever-increasing numbers of desperate people seeking freedom, safety, and opportunity in the United States. When global pandemic-era restrictions eased, worldwide migration increased. The United States, insofar alone, is facing that. The United States is far from alone in facing this challenge. When President Biden and Vice President Harris took office, they reversed terrible Trump-era policies that separated children from their parents and put children in cages. The Biden-Harris administration has also increased enforcement, deployed more border surveillance equipment, and sped up immigration processing. The administration is removing and returning more people and implementing tough new policies that have cut the number of border crossers by more than half over the last 7 weeks alone. Vice President Harris, in particular, has worked to address the root causes of migration, especially from El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras. Improving conditions in Northern Triangle countries means fewer people feel compelled to make the journey to the U.S. As we've seen results since Vice President Harris was given this task, Customs and Border Protection encounters with Central American migrants have declined by more than 70%. Furthermore, under Vice President Harris's leadership, the administration has also reinforced partnerships with countries in the region and even around the world to increase enforcement and share information. Mexico, for the first time ever, has agreed to accept the return of Venezuelans and Cubans. Under the former president, we struggled to remove migrants from these countries from the United States. There are also more visa requirements to enter the Western Hemisphere now, making the journey that more difficult. This administration has recognized that migration is no longer regional, but global, and has taken action. But, Mr. Speaker, you'll notice that nowhere in my remarks have I referred to the Vice President as a so-called border czar, like this flawed resolution does. That is because such a position does not exist. The authors of this resolution cannot point to a single administration document that names the Vice President the quote, unquote, border czar. That is because such documents do not exist. Even news organizations like Axios that referred to Vice President Harris as a so-called border czar has posted corrections and clarifications. That's because border czar is simply not her role. I'd like to read from President Biden's March 2021 remarks describing Vice President Harris's duties. I quote, "The Vice President has agreed, among the multiple other things that I have asked and had her leading, and I appreciate it, agreed to lead our diplomatic effort and work with those nations to accept the returnees and enhance migration enforcement at their borders," unquote. The Vice President's role is diplomatic. It's about leading partnerships with foreign countries. It's not about overseeing the Border Patrol or ICE. That is Secretary Mayorkas' job, and he said as much in testimony before the Homeland Security Committee. The Border Czar title is a work of fiction created by overreactive Republican imaginations and the media, and this resolution is premised on that fiction. Furthermore, this resolution is incredibly petty because Republicans struggle to squeeze anything of substance into it. It criticizes the Vice President, who was directed to focus on diplomatic engagements from waiting 3 months to visit the southern border. Republicans then take issue with where she chose to go along the southern border. Vice President Harris went to Texas, just not the part of Texas Republicans thought she should go. The resolution also criticized the Vice President for failing to make direct outreach to U.S. Border Patrol chiefs. Again, she was not tasked with overseeing the Border Patrol. Secretary Mayorkas, their actual boss, speaks to the U.S. Border Patrol regularly. Furthermore, House Resolution 1371 only includes border encounter statistics through May of this year, conveniently failing to include a nearly 30% decrease in encounters between ports of entry in June. The resolution also conveniently fails to mention that since early last month, DHS has removed or returned more than 65,000 border crossers to more than 125 countries. In the past year, DHS has removed or returned the most people since 2010. That includes more removals to countries other than Mexico than in any other prior year ever. Mr. Speaker, the House has better things to do than adopt pointless, false, and politically driven, non-binding resolutions. Perhaps, for example, it could legislate on border security in a bipartisan fashion, as the Senate tried to do. That is, before former President Trump told his MAGA allies to run away from the negotiating table so he could run on border security on the campaign trail. See, as much as my Republican colleagues talk about the threats from our border, they don't seem to want to do anything about it. Taking action is bad politics for them, so we get political resolutions rather than solutions. In fact, under Republican control, the 118th Congress has little to show for itself. Indeed, it is among the least productive in history. Maybe House Republicans are simply biding their time because they think they can implement their Project 2025 agenda next year. This do-nothing resolution is out to test drive political talking points rather than change the sorry trajectory of this do-nothing Congress. Before I reserve, Mr. Speaker, I want to note that this is the first time the Homeland Security Committee has come to the floor since the passing of my dear friend, Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee, who was a senior member of this committee. Congresswoman Jackson Lee cared passionately about border security and a humane immigration system that reflected American values. We will miss her bold, distinctive voice during today's debate, which we all know that she would have participated in with trademark tenacity. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to oppose this thinly veiled attempt as a political attack, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield as much time as she may consume to our esteemed conference chair and the author of this resolution, the gentlelady from New York, Congresswoman Stefanik.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I rise to condemn Vice President Kamala Harris for her failed and dangerous policies as Joe Biden's border czar that caused the most catastrophic border crisis in modern history. No matter what congressional district you go to, the #1 issue facing Americans is Kamala Harris's open border crisis. And by every metric, Kamala Harris has failed to secure our borders, instead advancing far-left Democrats' failed open border policies and the needs of illegal immigrants over the safety of Americans. This resolution condemns Kamala Harris's role as Joe Biden's open border czar and affirms that the American people deserve elected officials who understand the gravity of the crisis at the border and who will work to secure the border. Now, Democrats will try to run from this record, but they cannot hide. Joe Biden's open border czar, Kamala Harris, and every elected Democrat is responsible for this border crisis, along with every other aspect of Joe Biden's failed and feckless record, which brought not only the border crisis, but skyrocketing Bidenflation, surging violent crimes, chaos, and weakness around the world. We all remember the widely publicized delegation that Vice President Kamala Harris conducted and led, saying, "Do not come, do not come." And millions of illegals poured into our country since then because of Kamala Harris and Joe Biden's administration's unconstitutional, illegal executive actions, wiping away President Trump's effective border security policies, which created the most secure border in modern history. The American people know that. In fact, just last month, the U.S. Customs and Border Protection announced over 130,000 illegal immigrant encounters at our southern border in June. This is roughly 4,300 illegal encounters at our southern border a day, which is 4 times more than the definition of a crisis set by Obama's DHS Secretary Jay Johnson. So far this fiscal year, there have been 93 individuals whose names appear on the terrorist watch list who were stopped trying to enter the U.S. illegally between ports of entry at the southern border. That's over 500 since Kamala Harris was assigned the border czar role. And on our northern border, in the Swanton sector, which I represent, I have seen firsthand with the Border Patrol the disastrous consequences of Kamala Harris and Joe Biden's administration's failed far-left open border agenda, which caused a historic surge in illegal crossings, the likes of which we have never seen on our northern border before, including individuals on the terrorist watch list. And this is not just a national security crisis, it is a humanitarian crisis. Under Kamala Harris's role as Joe Biden's border czar, nearly 80,000 minors have been lost, left, slipped through the cracks. This is also part of the violent crime crisis surge concerning every single American. Look in upstate New York. A 21-year-old innocent girl was killed by an illegal and buried in a Syracuse public park. A 15-year-old innocent girl was raped by an illegal in Albany County, all because of Kamala Harris's failed policies as open border czar. Make no mistake, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are to blame for this historic crisis. Their policies stopped the construction of the border wall, ended President Trump's remain in Mexico, and released the largest number of illegals into the United States in history. Since Kamala Harris became the open border czar, monthly encounters have surpassed even the highest month under President Trump. The number of illegals released into the country have skyrocketed. Former U.S. Border Patrol Chief Raul Ortiz stated that during his 2 years in the position, He had never once spoken to Vice President Harris. Even worse, Vice President Harris has never even spoken with the current Border Patrol chief since he was appointed in July 2023. This is unacceptable. The American people have had enough. They know that the only way to fix this historic crisis is by returning to President Trump's effective border security policies. That is why House Republicans passed H.R. 2, the strongest border security bill in history, the Secure the Border Act of 2023, that will put an end to this catastrophic border crisis caused by Joe Biden and his open border czar, Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris has failed in overseeing American safety by refusing to secure the border. She has proved that she is unfit to lead, and I strongly urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this resolution. Thank you. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Tennessee reserves, and the gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the gentlewoman from Washington.
The gentlelady is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong opposition to this resolution. Here we go again. The Republican majority made their appropriations bills so extreme that they can't pass the vast majority of them with votes from their own party. So instead, we're going to come here to the floor and waste our time as they politicize the work that we are doing here in Congress and use this time to attack the vice president. They can't pursue their impeachment claims, their fake impeachment claims of Joe Biden or any other number of people that they've targeted because Joe Biden is no longer running for president. So now they've got to quickly shift and instead use their time on this floor where we are supposed to be doing official business to attack Vice President Harris days after she is clearly going to be our Democratic nominee for president. Kamala Harris was never the border czar. She was never asked to address the situation at the border. She was asked to do something that MAGA extremists who want quick fixes that they can give to Fox News never want to focus on, and that is a real solution. She was narrowly tasked with developing agreements that could help bring government and private sector investments to those countries that are sending migrants to the United States so that those countries could help strengthen the conditions in those countries. And she did so. Most significantly in Mexico, Guatemala, El Salvador, Honduras. She brought billions from private sector investments to support government funding for entrepreneurs, to ensure labor rights, to strengthen food security, and launch projects across those countries that invested in financial inclusion, healthcare, climate finance, and affordable housing. Those are the things that will keep migrants in their home countries. And the only reason that Republicans are doing this today is to distract the American people from the fact that they still can't get anything done here on the House floor that will actually benefit the American people. It's no wonder the leader of their party has been convicted on 34 felony counts and has a Trump Project 2025 agenda that will take total control over people's lives. That agenda includes plans for mass deportations, including spouses and children of U.S. citizens, dreamers, essential workers, and farm workers. Let's not forget that roughly 22 million people in America live in mixed status families, where at least one person is undocumented. So when Donald Trump and Republicans are talking about mass deportations, they're talking about tearing apart American families. It doesn't end there. Trump's Project 2025 calls for the end of protections for dreamers and family-based immigration. Attacking family unity comes as no surprise from the party that cruelly tore over 5,000 kids from their moms and dads. Trump's Project 2025 also eliminates due process in the immigration system. It would deny people their day in court to make their case under protection under U.S. laws. Republicans have made it clear over and over again that they do not want to modernize our immigration system. Even the bill that was written by the second most conservative Republican senator in the U.S. Senate, Trump told them not to vote for it, so they didn't, because they wanted to keep it out there as an election issue. Republicans want to distract you from the fact that the Biden-Harris administration has been the most effective administration in my lifetime. investing in infrastructure and green jobs, taking on climate change, bringing down the cost of prescription drugs, and canceling student loan debt so people have more money in their pockets instead of allowing billionaires to profit off your pain. And just today we heard that the economy grew by 2.8% in the second quarter, showing the extraordinary strength and achievements.
Gentlelady, additional 30 seconds.
The gentlelady is recognized for an additional 30 seconds.
Just today, we heard that the economy grew by 2.8% in the second quarter, showing extraordinary strength because of the policies that President Biden and Vice President Harris have put into place for this country. Don't be distracted. Democrats want to protect your freedoms, uphold democracy, and give every American a real chance to succeed. Vote no on this resolution. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The chair reminds members to refrain from engaging in personalities toward nominees for the office of the president. The gentleman from Mississippi reserved. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Moran.
The gentleman from the great state of Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman Green. Today I rise in strong support of House Joint Resolution 1371, introduced by Congresswoman Elise Stefanik. Each day, the failed policies of this administration become more glaring, and those who implemented the disastrous agenda leading to the current crisis at our border must absolutely be held accountable. Today, I give my strongest support to this resolution to ensure that Vice President Kamala Harris is held responsible for her role in the administration's far-left open border policies. As border czar, Vice President Harris has overseen the most catastrophic border crisis in our nation's history. As we all know, the failed policies of the Biden-Harris administration have turned every state in the United States into a border state and led to a record level of illegal immigration, including from individuals on the terrorist watch list. We cannot stand by and allow this to happen. These failed policies are a direct assault on the sovereignty, the security, and the strength of the United States. Under Harris's watch and with her consent and her support, President Biden has issued more than 70 executive orders and policy changes that have brought about this border crisis, something unlike anything we've ever seen in our nation's history. Illegal immigrants have had free run to abuse our system. Drugs like fentanyl have poured into our communities across our entire country. And individuals with ties to terrorism and to known adversaries of our great republic have been turned loose inside the United States, including a record level number of Chinese communist nationals. And because of that, Americans are suffering, and we are in danger. Despite this, Kamala Harris has visited our southern border just once since becoming border czar, and for that reason, this resolution is important to hold her accountable for her role in this mess. This resolution is an important part of that accountability, and as such, I urge its passage and urge all colleagues to lend its support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Tennessee reserves. Gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from New York.
The gentleman yields 3 minutes. To the gentleman from.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the ranking member. I rise today to address the Republicans' desperate attempt to, yet again, use the official business of the House of Representatives to do the partisan political bidding of Donald Trump. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle have spent most of this Congress wasting our time and taxpayer money on a bogus sham impeachment investigation of President Biden that yielded no evidence of wrongdoing, much less any high crime or misdemeanor. It was obvious that that phony effort was solely designed to provide election fodder for Trump in advance of November's election. And recently, the chairman of the committee overseeing that investigation even admitted as much. And now that President Biden has selflessly and patriotically passed the torch to Vice President Kamala Harris, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are scrambling to help Donald Trump's electoral chances by using our time here today on a blatantly false resolution about Vice President Harris. The title of this resolution is, quote, strongly condemning the Biden administration and its border czar, Kamala Harris's failure to secure the United States border. There's one problem. There's no such thing as a border czar. Nor was Vice President Harris ever named the border czar. The entire premise of this resolution is simply false.
Not surprisingly, the resolution makes no mention of the border security bill that the Biden-Harris administration negotiated with Senate Republicans that would have comprehensively addressed the problems at the border. Nor does it say anything about Donald Trump's decision to sabotage and kill that bipartisan bill because it would have solved the problems that this resolution complains about. Now, why'd he do that? Precisely because he wanted his minions in the House to introduce useless and deceptive resolutions like this one to help his campaign. And while Republicans continue to play politics with the border, the Biden-Harris administration did not stop trying to solve the problems facing the administration. They used what limited authority they have to control the border, and it's working. The resolution cites statistics from May of 2024 that there were 170,723 encounters at the border. But the resolution does not include numbers from the next month, June of 2024, which cut encounters by more than half to 83,536. And while my Republican colleagues continue to put politics over solutions, this administration and House Democrats will continue to put people over politics to address the issues facing the American people. I urge my colleagues to reject this false, inaccurate, and deceptive resolution. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Mississippi reserves.
Yes.
And the gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Texas, Representative De La Cruz.
The gentlelady from the great state of Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, and thank you for yielding. This is a subject that is very, very close to me in my community. I'm on the border of Texas, over 80% of my district being Hispanic, and this is a resolution that I strongly support. In fact, as I listen to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, where they say this is campaigning and politically motivated, not only am I deeply offended, but the American people are deeply offended by those comments. Why? Because we are not rushing to recess to campaign. We are rushing to our districts to calm our communities down that very soon there will be a change in administration, that there will be a change in political thought, and that we will have a president come January that will care about our borders and that will care about our national security. It is an insult to the American people that Kamala Harris and the Biden administration have not cared about our national security, that they have allowed millions of illegal immigrants come to our border. And perhaps my colleague from Mississippi hasn't been to Eagle Pass, Texas, or Del Rio, Texas, and seen the kids. Let's talk about false claims here. Kids in cages? No, sir. Not kids in cages. Let's talk about the kids who are missing in America, who are sex trafficked. Let's talk about those kids under the Biden-Harris administration. But we forget about those thoughts. It is an insult of what I'm hearing across the aisle about our border and the lack of national security that has been caused by the Biden-Harris administration. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlelady from California.
The gentlelady from California is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Ranking Member Thompson. We should be offended at the lies. We should be offended that the American people are being lied to. We should be offended that kids were separated from their parents and their families under the Republican Party and the Republican leadership. That's what the American people, and they should be offended about. House Republicans are living in a land of make-believe when it comes to the record of Vice President Harris. We keep hearing the term over and over again, the lies that she was the border czar. Vice President Harris was never the administration's border czar. As a matter of fact, Republicans even know that because they had to change the resolution. There has never been such a position. It was invented by Republicans. Border security is the responsibility of Homeland Security Secretary Mayorkas. He has been to the border. He has met with the border chief. Republicans trying to impeach him, and they failed in the Senate. Now they have a desperate resolution to blame Vice President Harris for the border. Again, this was not the responsibility President Biden gave her. President Biden tasked the Vice President to address the root causes in the Northern Triangle countries of Central America that caused migrants to flee their home countries. While a lot of work remains, Vice President Harris got results. She announced an additional $310 million for humanitarian relief to address food insecurity for El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras. She led efforts on a private-public partnership that has secured commitments from the private sector to invest over $5 billion in the region to improve people's lives. She worked with the Department of Justice to launch the Task Force Alpha to combat migrant smuggling and human trafficking from the Northern Triangle countries. This task force led to over 220 convictions of members of human trafficking organizations. Border crossings for migrants from Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador, the countries in Vice President Harris's root causes portfolio, have also decreased in recent years. In fiscal year 2023, the crossings from these Northern Triangle countries made up 22% of all crossings, down from 41% in 2021 when she started. This resolution also criticizes the administration for the number of border crossings and the encounters. Well, guess what? Border crossings are lower today than when the Trump administration left office. Let me say that again. Border crossings are down at a lower level than when even the Trump administration left office. But that's not convenient from our colleagues across the aisle. Republicans also failed to tell you that Republicans have refused to vote even on a border supplemental bill because President Biden, rather former President Trump, told them, don't do it. We need this for an election year issue. And here we are on the House floor talking about this as a political issue. What Republicans also failed to tell you is that more Democrats have actually voted for funding for DHS and border security than Republicans.
Additional 30 seconds to the gentlelady.
The gentlelady is recognized for an additional 30 seconds.
This resolution does nothing to address the challenges at our southern border, and Republicans know that. They are not serious in addressing border security. This resolution is not about solutions, it's about politics. Democrats, including Vice President Harris, will continue our work to address the challenges everyday Americans face, and I urge my colleagues to reject these desperate tactics and this dishonest resolution. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Mississippi reserves.
Gentleman reserved.
And the gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California, Representative Issa.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of House Resolution 1371, and I stand before you for the 4th time requesting that my state's former Attorney General, former U.S. Senator, and now Vice President and candidate for President come to the border. The other side will tell you she wasn't a border czar. I'm going to tell you they didn't say she didn't have the border responsibility given to her by the president and dealing with the root causes, so to speak, when it happened. They're now revising history. You can't unring the bell. She was assigned it. She said she was going to do it. She didn't come to the border. I represent the district that has the most border crossings in America for the last 2 quarters. We had over 250,000 encounters just in the last year. And most importantly, 90% of the over 52,000 what they call special interest aliens crossing the border since October 2023 entered from my district. These are Chinese. These are Russians. These are people that have come from countries where we cannot verify and cannot return, and they are being not just encountered, they're being brought into the country. They're being sent to New York. They're staying where they want to stay and doing what they want to stay. That is what this administration has done for 4 years. And in 4 years, our country has absorbed 10 million or more people as a result. Some were getaways, 500,000 at a crack per year. Some were simply presented themselves and were automatically allowed in. This administration has not used the tools they claim to use, and now in an election year, they want to unclaim their border czar, and they want to unclaim responsibility for an un-American activity, letting people into the country outside the intent of the law. And with that, I urge support, and yield back.
The gentleman from California yield back. The gentleman from Tennessee reserved. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if my Republican colleagues are worried about migrant children, I encourage them to look at policy solutions, to engage on bipartisan bill, like the Senate bipartisan border bill, where we can make real change. I encourage them to support this administration's effort to crack down on the employers who take advantage of these kids. I encourage them to take real action. This partisan resolution achieves nothing. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from New York.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my ranking member. I rise today to discuss the border crisis, an issue my Republican colleagues are quick to pontificate on, but refuse to address. At the heart of the matter are real people escaping extreme poverty, violence, natural disasters, and persecution. They are leaving their homes, their families, their culture, and their countries to do what many of our own ancestors did, to seek a better life. But what they experience in pursuit of the American dream is nothing short of a nightmare. On their journey to the United States, they risk their lives traveling through treacherous terrain and are vulnerable to everything from drug cartels to disease. Throughout our country, and especially in border communities, the inpouring of asylum seekers and immigrants are overwhelming hospitals, schools, and other social service providers. Instead of advancing solutions, Republicans in this House have resorted to blatantly obvious politics. Unfortunately, because this body has failed to deliver resources to our borders, tens of thousands of personnel have had to do more with less as the crisis worsens. In my district, in other northern border communities, our Border Patrol officers and agents are being sent away from their posts in the north to meet the demands at the southern border, even as migration and illegal drug smuggling rises back home. The need to act could not be more dire. Earlier this year, a bipartisan coalition of United States senators came together for the first time in decades to provide meaningful immigration reform. The bipartisan bill would invest in law enforcement with more than 2,000 new Border Patrol officers and other personnel to secure the border, speed up the processing of asylum seekers, crack down on illegal drugs by investing in cutting-edge inspection machines for ports of entry, improve the immigration system with 4,300 new asylum officers and 100 more immigration judges. We have the solution. And what did extreme MAGA Republicans in this body do? Declared it dead on arrival before even reading the bill. Instead of solving real problems, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle chose politics over people. We were sent here to do the opposite. We could be using this time to advance a bill that would improve the lives of Americans, asylum seekers, and immigrants, while strengthening security at the border and boosting our economy. Instead, we're wasting our time on this political stunt.
The gentleman, additional 30 seconds.
The gentleman is recognized for 30 seconds.
We're wasting our time on this political stunt, one that's both entirely transparent and frankly desperate. This is simply an attack on Vice President Kamala Harris for one reason, because her career is advancing and extreme MAGA Republicans are shuddering. Since Democrats have rallied behind our nominee for president, extreme MAGA Republicans, fearful of a candidacy running on the issues instead of a cult of personality, have rushed this emergency resolution to the floor of the House. It has no basis in fact or reality, but that doesn't appear to bother my colleagues across the aisle. What they should be doing is bringing this bipartisan border bill to the floor for a vote. That's what the American public want, and that's what I urge my colleagues to do.
Time has expired.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Mississippi reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I recognize the gentleman from Indiana for 2 minutes, Mr. Yakum.
The gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I rise in strong support of this resolution introduced by my colleague, Representative Stefanik. In March of 2021, an Axios headline declared, quote, Biden puts Harris in charge of the border crisis. According to this article, quote, the first goal will be stemming the flow of illegal migrants to the U.S. The chart next to me shows the cumulative southwest border encounters for the first 42 months of the last 6 presidential terms. The red line represents the Biden-Harris administration. Look at the chart and ask yourself, how did Vice President Harris do as the person in charge of the border? In June 2021, Vice President Harris said, quote, if you come to our border, you will be turned back. Look at that chart and ask yourself if anyone took her warning seriously. In September of 2022, Vice President Harris said, quote, the border is secure. Look at that chart and ask yourself if it was then or if it is now. Mr. Speaker, the Venn diagram of border security and the Biden-Harris administration is 2 separate circles. I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Tennessee reserves. Gentleman from Mississippi, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Representative Jimenez.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of House Resolution 1374. In March of 2021, President Biden proclaimed Vice President Kamala Harris as our nation's border czar. Yet over the last 3.5 years, it's unclear what work she's done, if any, to secure our borders. As a member of the Homeland Security Committee, I traveled to the Darien Gap in Panama to witness the migrant crisis firsthand. I've also been to our southern border. This is a picture of me at the Darien Gap. Those folks there, that's thousands of migrants coming to the United States. This is 2 years after she was named the border czar. According to the CBP, before the Biden-Harris administration, there were less than 1 million encounters at the southern border annually. Since the border czar Harris has taken over, there has been nearly 8 million illegal encounters at the southern border and nearly 2 million known gotaways. That's a total of almost 10 million people that have entered our country. The growing crisis has a direct impact on our border districts like mine. Illegal migrant landings have increased in our state, particularly in our beloved Florida Keys. We've seen an increase in encounters of Chinese and other nationals. Our adversaries know that they can take advantage and exploit the open border policies of the Biden-Harris administration. FBI Director Christopher Wray has testified that suspected terrorists have crossed the southern border and are unaccounted for in our country. The Biden-Harris open border policies are a risk to every man, woman, and child living in America. Vice President Harris has proven herself incapable as border czar, and I know that the country cannot afford 4 more years of these disastrous policies. I urge passage of this resolution. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Speaker, can I inquire how much time remains on each side?
The gentleman from Tennessee has 11 and a half, and the gentleman from Mississippi has 4 and a half.
Mr. Speaker, I recognize the gentlelady from, Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves, and the gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance.
Gentleman from Mississippi reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Texas, Rep. Van Dyne.
The gentlelady from the great state of Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of this necessary rebuke of Vice President Kamala Harris' abject failure to do anything meaningful to secure the southern border and protect American citizens, and her responsibility as border czar of the Biden-Harris administration. Since Harris was given this critically important national security role, control of our southern border has been handed over to ruthless and deadly Mexican cartels who are aided by policies and spending from this administration to engage in the most massive government-sanctioned human trafficking effort we have seen in American history. Indeed, because of the Vice President's staggering negligence and outright contempt of actually protecting our nation, we have seen the largest amount of human slavery in America since before the Civil War. Children are sold as sex slaves. Others are forced to work at gunpoint in illegal marijuana farms. And tens of thousands of other illegal immigrants have simply gone missing because once Biden and Harris traffic them to destinations across the country, they are dropped with people who are part of cartel human trafficking rings. To make this worse, cartels operate gangs in virtually every part of America, which has led to increased domestic violence, rapes, murders, and more than 100,000 dead Americans because of fentanyl poisoning. Young women and children have been slaughtered in every state as a direct result of Vice President Harris's dereliction of duty. But we should not at all be surprised that the end goal for Vice President Harris was to drive this invasion, regardless of the chaos, pain, and loss of life on American citizens. After all, then presidential candidate Harris plainly stated that she wanted to decriminalize illegal immigration, she wanted to give free taxpayer-funded health care to illegal immigrants, and she serves in a party who has openly stated that they want vast illegal immigration to help them with census data, with populating congressional districts and holding on to electoral college power for failing liberal states. The long-term damage done and being done to America can be tracked directly back to Vice President Harris, and it's time that this House spoke clearly and definitively against her willful acts.
The gentlelady's time has expired. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the Vice President. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserved. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserved. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Georgia, Ms. Green.
The gentlelady from Georgia is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since being appointed by border czar by President Joe Biden, Kamala Harris has undoubtedly been a complete failure in her job and has destroyed our country by releasing a record-setting levels of criminals, rapists, and terrorists into our communities. Despite the attempts of the fake news media to whitewash her appointment as border czar, as Axios correctly reported, and they're now lying and say they never did, she was in fact labeled a border czar by nearly every major news outlet across the country. Border czar Kamala Harris said, "Do not come," yet proudly welcomed 11.5 million illegals from over 160 countries, including over 2 million known gotaways who completely evaded U.S. authorities. She stood by and allowed these people to come in and idly watched our children and women being raped by illegal alien criminals. She's not just allowing them to come. The policies of the administration allow the CBP One app to import over 400,000 illegals into American communities. Under her watch as border czar, this has happened. She can fake it for the photo ops, but we know that Kamala Harris wholeheartedly supports the chaos at our border, the chaos in our streets, and the chaos in the families who have been victims of her open border policies. Border czar Harris outlandishly compared ICE to KKK and radically called for the ICE to be abolished. She also posted the Minnesota Freedom Fund to bail out violent Black Lives Matter terrorists who burned down cities, looted stores, destroyed communities, and caused over $2 billion in damage to American communities all over America. Kamala Harris is not only the border czar, she is also the czar of chaos. And her policies have destroyed America. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. We do want to request that members be reminded to refrain from engaging personalities toward the Vice President. Ms. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserved. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Illinois.
The gentlewoman from Illinois is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Ranking Member. As I walked in here, all I heard was what I hear in committee: constant criminalizing of immigrant communities. And so let me tell you, I rise in strong opposition to House Resolution 1371. What this is: more lies, more representations, and more inaccuracies. When the majority cannot pass bills, what do? They introduce blatantly political resolutions that consistently target powerful women of color. See, you can always tell when we're getting closer to an election because these extreme members of the Republican Party, they literally turn up the volume under xenophobia. And they're doing it again with H.R. 1371. They lie about immigration and public safety. I mean, when you look at studies, it shows that immigration is actually associated with lower crime rates. They fearmonger, they dehumanize, while they're also quoting scripture, which is kind of hypocritical. And they scapegoat asylum seekers, people who, just like my parents, want to seek a life of dignity and hope and have faithfully contributed to their community and to our collective economy. They are willing to vilify and misrepresent the sitting Vice President of the United States for her diplomatic work to address the root cause of migration from Central America. If my Republican colleagues actually cared about immigration or border security, they would address the conditions that drive people to the southern border. They would pass spending bills that invest in foreign humanitarian assistance and international development programs, and they would participate in cooperative efforts to realize a world where people can build their life they want back at home. But they've done none of that. Just this week, I didn't see any of my Republican colleagues at my Congressional Caucus on Global Migration. Instead, they want us to waste our time on legislative gimmicks and sham resolutions to score cheap political points. Enough. Seriously, enough. We've been here, we've done this, it's deja vu. I am tired.
I yield gentlelady an additional 30 seconds.
Gentlelady is recognized for 30 seconds.
They continue to shelve their mass deportation BS. And I'm so tired of it. Let's get to solutions. We should be talking about appropriations. We should be talking about how we make sure that things are working for the American people instead of criminalizing people that are helping us boost our economy. So let's vote no on House Resolution 1371, and let's be done with this waste of time. I yield back to the ranking member.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserved. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to Representative Pfluger, the gentleman from Texas.
The gentleman from the great state of Texas is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to offer support of H.R. 1371, condemning the Biden administration and its border czar, Kamala Harris' failure to secure the United States southern border, in fact, all of our borders. This administration's failure to secure the border has been so significant, so catastrophic, that Congress must use its power to provide accountability. On day one, the Biden-Harris administration issued 64 executive orders to open the border to human traffickers, terrorists, and foreign adversaries. In fact, over 300 known or suspected terrorists have crossed the border illegally that we know about, and 50 migrants with ties to ISIS are currently on the loose inside the United States. What are we hearing from our colleagues on the other side of the aisle with regards to that? They don't care? They don't want to do anything about it? They just want to defend an open border policy because that's what they're doing. The American people are paying the real cost of this border crisis. It's people like Laken Riley, like Jocelyn Nungaray, like Rachel Marin, who were assaulted and killed by violent criminals who crossed the southern border illegally. I've even lost constituents in my own district to this border crisis. The Tambunga family, they lost a 78-year-old Maria and 7-year-old Amelia to a human trafficker who was here illegally, evading law enforcement, doing over 100 miles an hour. And what's being done? Where is the compassion that I just heard from my colleague towards that family? Law and order is compassionate. Americans deserve accountability for this crisis, that it's wreaked havoc on our communities. Unfortunately, Vice President Harris does not take it seriously, has not done anything positively to shut down the border, to restore law and order, and her complacency and complete disregard to secure the border is unprecedented. This isn't about politics. In fact, for the first 2 years of the administration, we didn't have a single hearing on border security, not a single one on the Committee of Homeland Security. This resolution simply calls for accountability. How many more hearings do we have to have under our current chairman to call accountability to this? Because our colleagues on the other side of the aisle are not willing to actually call out President Biden and Vice President Harris. How many more times do we have to call out for help in our communities? This was led by the border czar. This open border policy was led by the border czar. And it doesn't matter what we hear, it doesn't matter what excuses are said, and it doesn't matter what else is said from the other side of the aisle. The facts are clear. 8.5 million people plus have entered this country illegally, 300 plus on the terror watch list. Thousands of people who are associated with gangs, who are associated with criminal activities, who are associated with delivering fentanyl that has killed over 100,000 people in this country. I don't think it's funny. I personally don't think it's funny.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Tennessee.
We'll give the gentleman another minute, please.
The gentleman from Tennessee yields a minute to the gentleman from Texas.
I personally don't think it's funny. And for those laughing on the other side of the aisle, shame on them. Shame on them. The Tambunga family deserves better in my district. In fact, every American deserves better. How many more classified hearings, Mr. Speaker, are we going to have where the FBI comes in and where other intelligence agencies come in and say, we've got a problem? How many more classified hearings are we going to have? Where they come in to Congress to tell us that we have known and suspected terrorists inside our country. The post-9/11 Commission said the system was flashing red. Wake up. The system is flashing red right now. And it is due to President Biden and Vice President Harris' inability to secure the border and do something to secure our country. Shame on those who won't stand up and do the right thing. I strongly urge my colleagues to support H.R. 1371 and to get accountability back to the southern border. I yield.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Speaker, I have no more speakers, and I'm prepared to close after the gentleman from Mississippi closes.
So the gentleman reserved. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm prepared to close also.
The gentleman from Tennessee, if Mississippi, I can do this, is recognized.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself to balance of my time.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this resolution is a last-ditch effort, unseriously effort by extreme MAGA Republicans to scapegoat Vice President Harris for long-standing challenges at the border. House Resolution 1371 is premised on the false claim that the Vice President was made a quote, unquote, border czar, a fake title made up by Republicans and the media. This is a political stunt on the American taxpayers' dime. I wish they'd put the same effort into immigration reform or passing budget bills. Let me reiterate, this resolution does nothing, absolutely nothing, to improve the quality of life for Americans. If Republicans truly saw the challenges at the border as a crisis, they would have worked with Democrats on the bipartisan Senate border legislation. But they abandoned the bipartisan bill to please their presidential candidate who wanted a campaign issue instead. So we get political resolutions rather than solutions. The American people deserve better. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Mississippi yields back. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time.
The gentleman's recognized.
As we conclude this debate, I want to quote the Vice President one more time. In 2015, she said, and I quote, "An undocumented immigrant is not a criminal," end quote. Well, actually, under Title VIII of the United States Code, illegally crossing the southwest border is a federal misdemeanor with up to 6 months in prison as the penalty for a first offense and a felony for repeated offenses. Vice President Harris brought that mentality to her role as border czar. What we've witnessed today from congressional Democrats confirms that they know it. They have demonstrated that they have no concrete defense for the Biden administration or Vice President Harris's disastrous handling of the unprecedented border crisis, which the Vice President was supposed to help resolve. They're more upset about colloquial titles for the Vice President than the deadly chaos she has blatantly ignored. They think 1 month of slightly less disastrous border crossing numbers compared to the numbers of the past 3.5 years is their get-out-of-jail-free card on this issue. The American people are not so easily fooled, however, and it is time to pass H.Res. 1371 to call out Vice President Harris's abysmal failure and for the Senate to move on the mountain of border security bills we've sent them this Congress as well. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1376, the previous question is ordered on the resolution in the preamble as amended. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the resolution is agreed to.
Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. Sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. All members voted. Any member wish to change their vote? The yeas are 220, the nays are 196. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid upon the table.
The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., July 25, 2024. I hereby designate the period from Thursday, July 25, 2024 through Sunday, September 8, 2024 as a district work period under Section 3Z of House Resolution 5. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania. All right. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the House is not in order.
The House order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor today as National Hire a Veteran Day. This day is crucial to the spirit and the health of both America's veterans and our communities. Set aside to raise awareness of the unique skills and valuable abilities of service members after military service, we must use this day to recognize the sacrifice and the strength of our veterans. Qualities like dedication, determination, and tenacity are highly valuable in America's private and public sectors. These features are fostered during military service and can be helpful in non-military employment. As 200,000 military members retire and become veterans each year, more and more qualified potential employees are eligible to join the greater American workforce. As we look to hire, let us not forget the sacrifices made by our service members. Each and every one of them, having defended our great country, deserve the opportunity to create a unique and positive impact in the workforce. Their dedication, determination, and tenacity are not just skills, but a testament to their commitment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to celebrate Bentley Systems as they mark 40 years of business in southeastern Pennsylvania. Under Greg Bentley's leadership as CEO, Bentley Systems has grown to become the industry leader with its digital twin advanced infrastructure technologies. Their tools are utilized by every state department of transportation across our nation and by 194 countries worldwide, not only helping move forward our outdated infrastructure, but also moving us into the 21st century. In Congress, I am proud that we have made recent bipartisan progress for the federal government to fully realize this kind of potential, from the Federal Aviation Administration reauthorization to the Water Resources Development Act to the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. Each of these bills have contained related provisions that will help save taxpayer dollars and improve our infrastructure for years to come. I congratulate Greg Bentley on his well-deserved retirement as CEO. His entrepreneurial leadership and vision have transformed Bentley to a cornerstone of innovation right in our own backyard of Exton, Pennsylvania. Congratulations again to Bentley Systems, and here's to 40 more years. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Artificial intelligence is an incredible tool that's only becoming more accessible, powerful, and impactful. With all the good this emerging technology provides our society, AI also has its downfalls. It is easier than ever before for bad actors to make AI-generated deepfakes to deceive the public and spread false information about elected officials and political candidates. Anyone with a laptop can create realistic images, videos, and audio clips depicting events that did not occur. This poses a serious threat to our national security and could harm the integrity of our election systems. As a member of the Oversight National Security Subcommittee, I will continue to work to ensure AI-generated deepfakes are not undermining our local, state, and federal elections. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to draw attention to the dangerous issue of deepfake pornography, which is incredibly destructive and can have life-altering impacts on its victims. Almost 96% of all deepfakes online are pornographic in nature, and nearly every single one targets women. It takes no special knowledge or technical expertise to create these images, and more women are being targeted each and every day. High school students, young girls who should be worried about their homework, not whether a classmate is using their image to make an explicit video that has the potential to do serious and irreparable harm. Deepfakes are abhorrent, and I've introduced legislation to bring strong criminal and civil penalties against those who create them. I urge my colleagues to join me in demonstrating our shared commitment to fighting the dangerous misuse of artificial intelligence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks. Mr. Speaker, Prime Minister Netanyahu's joint address yesterday sent a bipartisan message of patriotism, strength, and unity. It underscored our joint responsibility to uphold freedom, prosperity, and security for our citizens and the world. On October 7th, Israel was brutally attacked by Hamas. Babies were burned, women were raped, and people were murdered in the worst ways possible. Israel has the obligation to respond to these atrocities, ensuring Hamas is unable to perpetrate another attack on future generations of Israelis, which Hamas has promised to do. In his address, Netanyahu praised the diplomatic progress achieved in the Middle East under the Trump administration, as well as the Biden administration, particularly the Abraham Accords, chief among them. The Prime Minister ended with a message of hope that Israel and its partners can bring long-lasting peace to the region. I thank the Prime Minister for his unifying message and will continue to stand strongly with Israel as they fight to defeat Hamas, ensure hostages are released, and return peace and stability to the Middle East. And as the Council General of Israel said to me just recently in reference to the hostages, and in the words of Moses, who stands atop this House chamber, let my people go. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to speak out of order for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the same day Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu addressed our Congress and spoke of how Iran has exported anti-Semitism around the world, including the United States, we saw reminders of that disgusting and dangerous influence just blocks from our capital. Protesters graffitied, "Hamas is coming. Welcome to the Intifada," and other anti-Semitic messages outside Union Station. Some brandished Hamas flags while burning the Stars and Stripes. This anti-Semitic hate has no place anywhere in the world, let alone within the view of this Capitol. This vile hatred is a continuation of millennia of prejudice, discrimination, persecution, and violence towards Jews. Hate and bigotry are un-American. Hate and bigotry are the tools of fascists, dictators, and thugs, the foul products of twisted minds. Hatred and bigotry endanger not only Jews, but democracy itself. It falls to each of us, Mr. Speaker, to remove the cancer of anti-Semitism from our society. Jews are and have always been a fundamental part of our American family, and no amount of spray paint can ever change that. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the incredible life of Major Edward Arthur Burke, Cincinnati native and D-Day veteran, who passed away on June 22nd at the age of 104 years old. Major Burke attended my alma mater, St. Xavier High School. He went on to Xavier University and joined the ROTC program in 1938 after reading the news of Hitler's march through Europe. Upon graduating in 1942, he and his fellow officers were sent to Fort Knox to prepare for the historic D-Day invasion. Hand-selected by General Patton to be commander of the 821st Tank Destroyer Battalion, Burke was sent on numerous missions behind enemy lines. He was awarded the Silver Star, Bronze Star, and the French Legion of Honor for his service in Europe. At St. Xavier High School, our goal is to be men for others, something Major Burke truly embodied. He was willing to put himself in harm's way, not just for the betterment of his men, but to protect freedom and give liberty an opportunity to thrive. His life is a testament to the sacrifices of his generation. As yet another member of our nation's greatest generation has found eternal peace in heaven, it's our job not only to remember their stories and the bravery they embodied, but to protect the rights and freedom that they fought so bravely to save. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Disability Pride Month, commemorated in July, is a time to highlight the history, achievements, experiences, and struggles that the disability community has experienced. From battling for greater public accessibility to ensuring government officials recognize the specific needs of the community, disability advocates have often had to fight to obtain the representation they deserve. And one of these great advocates is Mike Schweinsberg, who has worked toward better and greater representation and inclusion in my district, New York 10, in New York City, for nearly 2 decades. Mike has advised mayors, agencies, elected officials, national politicians, and everyone in between on the disability community's pressing needs, working to ensure that New Yorkers with disabilities are never left without a voice. For 2 decades, Mike has been an integral part of the 504 Democratic Club, the nation's first and largest club advocating for the civil rights of people with disabilities. I am truly honored and blessed to work alongside him to ensure that everyone in New York City and our country gets the proper representation they deserve. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I want to recognize my friend Lewis Carl Dobbs from Childress, Texas, who sadly passed away at the age of 78. Lou Dobbs, born on September 24, 1945 to Frank and Lydia Dobbs, earned a bachelor's degree in economics from Harvard University. He then moved into journalism, starting as a reporter in Arizona, and later worked in as a television anchor in Phoenix and Seattle. He joined CNN at its inception in 1980, and he hosted Moneyline. Later in 2010, he joined Fox Business Network, hosting Lou Dobbs Tonight until 2021. He also hosted Lou Dobbs Radio and wrote for Money Magazine, U.S. News and World Report, and the New York Daily News. He is remembered for his dedication to his profession and his impact on the field of journalism. Lou is leaving behind a legacy of in-depth reporting that shaped the way for many Americans that understood political issues. Lou was a dear friend of mine, and he will be missed greatly. He was never afraid to tell the hard truth, something that's missing today in journalism, and that's something that's hard to find, of course, in the world in general. I'm praying for Lou's family and his friends during their time of loss, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank you, Lou, for being my friend, and I yield the remainder of my time.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, as the world watches the Paris Summer Olympics begin, Pennsylvania is sending our very best. And I'm not just talking about our athletes, because from Berks County, Pennsylvania, GK Elite Sportswear has made Team USA women's gymnastics uniforms, bringing a piece of fabric from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania to Paris. And of course, the stars of the Olympics are the competitors, women and men with awe-inspiring, singular dedication and discipline. 3/4 of the United States women's field hockey team are Pennsylvanian, including 3 residents of my own home, Pennsylvania's 4th Congressional District. Ashley Sessa from Schwenksville, Fia Gladieux from Ole, Meredith Scholler from Fleetwood. And on the men's U.S. swim team, Chris Giuliano from Douglasville will be competing in the 50, 100, and 200-meter freestyle events. Ashley, Sophia, Meredith, Chris, all the hard-working, talented athletes representing Team USA in the Games in Paris. They are the very best of us. Congratulations and good luck. Once again, Montgomery County and Berks County, Pennsylvania, are leading the way. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the service and dedication of local newspapers to the communities of Colorado's Eastern Plains. The Burlington Record, Burlington Plains Dealer, and Lamar Ledger have kept citizens of Eastern Colorado informed for over 100 years. It is an honor to celebrate their achievements today. Sadly, all 3 newspapers will be closing their doors at the end of this week. Established in 1888, 1905, and 1907, respectively, the Burlington Record, Burlington Plains Dealer, and Lamar Ledger have consistently provided plain-spoken, accurate, and even-handed reporting and resources for their communities. Upholding the highest journalistic standards, they've reported on some of the most influential moments in our country's history, from the Great Depression to the World Wars to 9/11, covering birth, graduations, death, and local triumphs. They've covered 20 presidential inaugurations, watched 28 Colorado governors take office, and existed before the district that I represent was even created. To say that these newspapers were ingrained in the local communities they served would be an understatement. Local journalism has long served as the bedrock of American society, responsible for not just educating their local community, but highlighting local stories. They offer an experience more personal to citizens in Powers or Kit Carson County. The closure of these institutions will certainly impact the communities of Eastern Colorado. I want to thank each talented staff member for their many years of service to their neighbors. The Burlington Record, Burlington Plains Dealer, and the Lamar Ledger will be missed. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oregon seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize BIPOC Mental Health Awareness Month. As the co-chair of the Bipartisan Mental Health Caucus and as a proud Latina myself, I know how important it is to bring culturally relevant, multilingual mental health resources directly to our communities. But between cultural differences, stigma, and language barriers, it makes it so hard for folks to receive potentially life-saving mental health care. Growing up, I watched my sister fight her battle in complete silence, pushing through her pain until it was so great that she attempted suicide. something that no family should ever have to experience. And her story is like so many others across the nation. BIPOC and tribal people face lower rates of mental health treatment, yet face higher rates of attempted suicide, 22% for Hispanic and Latino youth. This is totally unacceptable, and I'm committed to working across the aisle to find the evidence-based solutions and to prioritize policies that will make mental health care more accessible and affordable, not just in July, but every single day of the year. We must ensure that our BIPOC neighbors and loved ones have access to these resources and know that they're not alone in this fight. Together, we will end the stigma around mental health and put an end to this crisis.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, like many of the Tennesseans I represent, I was relieved to learn that Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheadle resigned on Tuesday. We all watched as she refused to answer very simple questions at a House oversight hearing this week. She did, however, confirm what we all already knew, that a significant operational failure occurred on July 13th. Cheadle did not offer an explanation as to why the former president was allowed on stage after the agency was notified multiple times about a suspicious person. She did confirm that the roof from which the shooter acted was identified as a possible vulnerability days before the rally, yet failed to explain why it was not secured. I support a bipartisan task force to investigate the attempted assassination of former President Donald Trump. An armed would-be assassin with a clear line of sight must never again be allowed to get within 150 yards of a presidential nominee or former president ever again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
I request unanimous consent to address the House and to extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to recognize not one, not two, but three incredible athletes from Ohio's 13th Congressional District who will represent our country at this year's Olympic Games in Paris. LeBron James, Marcus Christopher, and Steph Curry. LeBron is a three-time Olympic medalist and the greatest basketball player of all time, but we know him fondly as just a kid from Akron. LeBron will be the first men's basketball player to ever carry the flag in the opening ceremony for Team USA, an incredible honor and a true testament to his passion for his sport, dedication to his community and hometown, and his leadership amongst his teammates and fellow Olympians. In making his Olympic debut, Steph Curry is a four-time NBA champion and two-time NBA MVP. Both LeBron and Steph were born in the same Akron hospital, giving us the inspiration for the birthplace of champions. I know they will represent us well during the men's basketball game. Marcus Christopher is a proud product of Canton, Ohio, and at just 21 years old, he is one of the top BMX freestyle riders in the world. He recently earned a gold medal at the X Games in California and looks to repeat his dominance at the Olympics. These incredible athletes embody the highest levels of perseverance, dedication, and sportsmanship. LeBron, Marcus, Steph each reflect our district's proud legacy as the birthplace of champions, and your entire community and our country is rooting for you and cheering you on. Wishing you the best of luck. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and go Team USA.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Requesting unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the inaugural Myrtle Beach Classic Golf Tournament, which was held in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina this past May. The Grand Strand's first ever PGA Tour event was a monumental success, drawing more than 40,000 spectators, over 1,000 volunteers, and 132 players. On Saturday, May 11th, the tournament broke the PGA attendance record for a first-year event, serving as a reminder that Myrtle Beach is indeed the golf capital of the world. I want to congratulate Chris Gotterup for taking the title of the first ever winner of the Myrtle Beach Classic, which was also his first ever PGA title. I'm excited to see the continued success of the Myrtle Beach Classic for years to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand before you with immense pride as we honor a remarkable leader and my mentor. Dr. Norman C. Francis. His commitment to advancing education through social justice transformed Louisiana and had a profound impact on this entire nation. As the longest service president of Xavier University, my alma mater, Dr. Francis set the gold standard for HBCUs, fostering excellence in higher education. His leadership during the Civil Rights Movement was instrumental in breaking down barriers and fighting for equality. In 2006, Dr. Francis was awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom, our nation's highest civilian honor, in recognition of his deep intellect, compassion, and character. His tireless dedication to uplifting others has left a lasting impact on countless lives, including my own. Today, I ask for support in granting Dr. Norman C. Francis the Distinguished Congressional Gold Medal. This honor would celebrate his lifetime of service and his enduring legacy, ensuring that his works continue to inspire future generations. Thank you, Dr. Francis, and thank you to your family for letting him be a part of our lives. Thank you, Dr. Francis, for your extraordinary contributions. Your legacy will live forever and continue to light our paths toward a more just society. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from West Virginia seek recognition?
I seek to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Juanita Morgan, who celebrated her 101st birthday in Randolph County, West Virginia on June 1st of 2024. Juanita represents a distinguished group of women, widely known as Rosie the Riveters, who helped fill the gaps in the industrial labor force in factories and shipyards when our brave soldiers left for World War II. They are known by the slogan, "We can do it," as you can see from the three ladies standing behind her in this picture. She served as the Glenn L. Martin Aircraft Factory in Baltimore, riveting B-29 airplanes. The B-29 airplane would play a pivotal role in our victory in the war. Juanita and all the Rosie the Riveters are inspiring individuals who demonstrate their patriotism of their generation as we came together to fight the forces of fascism in Europe and the Pacific. Randolph County is hosting a special event on August 10th to honor all of the West Virginia Rosie the Riveters and their families. I congratulate Juanita on a life well lived as she celebrates her 101st birthday and wish her continued good health. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of efforts to rein in deepfakes. This country, especially our children, are in the middle of a mental health crisis. In 2021, 22% of high school students seriously considered attempting suicide, including nearly 1 in 3 girls. It's reported that 10% of high school students actually attempted suicide. And these trends have been going in the wrong, tragic direction for years. And now, deepfakes are exacerbating these problems. Revenge porn wasn't a thing when I was in high school, but now AI allows anyone to create a pornographic image with the click of a button. But AI is also being used to improve our mental health response. Lifeline 988 volunteers are trained on AI chatbots before interacting with individuals actually in crisis. As co-chair of the Congressional Mental Health Caucus and Suicide Prevention Task Force chair, I've long been engaged in efforts to improve resources like 988 and their ability to address the mental health crisis. I look forward to working with my colleagues to tackle the current youth mental health crisis in different ways. This touches every family. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Address the...
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize, in recognition of Michael Bernardino for his extraordinary dedication and service as a high school chemistry teacher for 30 years. Mr. Bernardino, a proud Arizonan, has not only imparted knowledge, but also has encouraged countless students to pursue their passions. Beginning his career 30 years ago at Apollo High School and ending his career at North Canyon High School, Mr. Bernardino has been a beacon of excellence and a pillar of the community. His direct, honest, charismatic style helped him connect with students and often inspiring them to be better people and not letting themselves or him down. Because of his innovative and fun teaching methods, along with his unwavering commitment to students' success, Mr. Bernardino cultivated students into productive citizens, one of which works for me for the last few years. In his own words, Mr. Bernardino shared, he shared, it has been fun, rewarding, exhausting, and sometimes heartbreaking. In short, it has been a career that mimics everyday life, representing 60-minute blocks. Mr. Bernardino spent roughly 5,400 days teaching young students, molding minds to independent thinkers, and cultivating good people. Today, we honor Mr. Bernardino for a remarkable career and success, and our deepest gratitude for what he did for the community. And with that, yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I rise to honor my constituent, Felicia Misselli, a dedicated champion seeking to address opioid abuse among our youth. Her beloved son, Louis Theodore Misselli, loved the outdoors. He was an exceptional friend. He made people laugh. He was an athlete. He began taking opioids to treat a sports injury. At the age of 24, he died from a heroin overdose. Since then, Felicia has worked to reduce the epidemic and ensure that other people's stories are different. As the founder and president of the LTM Heroin Awareness and Support Foundation, her efforts, including the passing of Louis' Law, protect the youth of DuPage County and beyond. Her commitment was honored her son's memory and saved lives. On behalf of Illinois' 3rd Congressional District, I commend Felicia Misselli for her dedication to mental health awareness and her relentless pursuit of justice and support for our community. Congratulations. Thank you, Felicia. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, on Disability Pride Month, I rise to celebrate Access Living, Cambiando Vidas, on their 15th anniversary serving Latino with disabilities in Chicago. Cambiando Vidas provides a space for Latinos and immigrants with disabilities to build community, organize, create equitable change through advocacy. Their commitment to change lives by ensuring the dignity of all is invaluable. Each step they've taken, each barrier they've overcome has paved the way for a more inclusive society. Congratulations to Cambiando Vidas on 15 years of remarkable accomplishments. There's too many more years making a difference and transforming lives. Felicidades. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the victims of the horrific mass shooting at a Century 16 movie theater in Aurora, Colorado 12 years ago. Each year, July 20th brings back the shock and pain that have reverberated across Aurora and the nation. 12 lives brutally cut short, countless others forever changed. The pain still echoes through our community, a constant reminder of the devastating toll of gun violence. I remember the victims, AJ, Alex, Alexander, Gordon, Jesse, Jessica, John, Jonathan, Matt, Michaela, Rebecca, Veronica, their families and the survivors who still bear the scars of that night. I think of the heroes who risked their lives to shield and save others. Their bravery provided a beacon of hope in immense darkness. We must not grow numb to the pain of that day. We must use their memory to continue our fight for common sense gun reform. May we never forget the lives lost in Aurora. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the remarkable life of Margaret Peggy Ann Murray, who passed away peacefully on June 6, 2024. Peggy's life was a testament to dedication, service, and love. Born and raised on a farm in Huron, Ohio, she embodied the values of hard work, learning, and compassion that imbue an ethic that makes life worth living. A proud graduate of Marquette University, Peggy's journey was marked by a profound commitment to her faith and her community. She taught CCD for 15 years and was a founding member of Habitat for Humanity's Firelands affiliate and played a pivotal role in the establishment of the Second Harvest Food Bank of Northeast Ohio. She supported education through the Charles and Margaret Nichols Scholarship named in honor of her parents. A lifelong member of the Democratic Women of Erie County, Peggy served on the Erie County Democratic Central Committee. Peggy's legacy is carried on by her loving husband, Dennis Sr., their 5 children and 11 grandchildren. Her life was a beacon of service, love, and unwavering commitment to bettering her community and the world around her and us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to advise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the House has lost a giant, a trailblazer for justice, and a good friend for so many of us. Sheila Jackson Lee, who we honor here today and remember. Born in Queens, New York, she was among the first women to graduate from Yale and dedicated her life to public service. For nearly 30 years, she represented the people of Houston, Texas, in the House of Representatives. She was a role model for so many and for young women seeking to serve. She led the reauthorization of the Violence Against Women's Act, VAWA, and established with her colleagues Juneteenth as a federal holiday. Not only that, but she authored the George Floyd Justice Policing Act with so many of her colleagues. The list goes on and on and on. Sheila was my friend and had a thoughtful approach to foreign policy. Many don't know her efforts for years, interacting with our colleagues in Europe and the European Parliament, always willing to participate and to share her point of view. She was respected, and she noticed that dialogue and diplomacy should be the tools first rather than the last resort. Her legacy will continue to inspire future generations of leaders. We will miss you, Sheila, our friend. May you rest in peace. I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, hardworking North Carolinians pay into Social Security year after year with the promise that they will be able to retire with comfort and dignity. In my district, over 158,000 retirees and families rely on Social Security. Yet House Republicans' extreme budget plans to raise the retirement age to force Americans to work longer for less. That means cutting Social Security benefits for 3 out of every 4 people in my district. While extremist Republicans are pushing to cut Americans' hard-earned benefits, we Democrats are fighting to protect and strengthen Social Security. That's why I'm a proud co-sponsor of the Social Security 2100 Act, legislation to enhance Social Security benefits for the first time in 50 years and ensure the program's solvency for years to come. Social Security is a sacred promise that Congress must keep, and I will always fight to ensure hardworking North Carolinians' benefits are protected. I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. Wexton, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I thank Majority Leader and staff for allowing me to participate in today's special Ord Hour. Before I begin my speech, I yield the gentleman such time as he may consume.
Well, thank you very much. I want to thank the gentlelady for yielding me the time and for her incredible leadership in this Congress. Mr. Speaker, as we approach the beginning of the Olympic Games, I want to extend my support and encouragement to the athletes representing their countries in the coming weeks. And among them are some outstanding athletes from the 2nd District of Massachusetts. Stephen Nedorozic, who will compete for Team USA in gymnastics, Aaron Ortiz, who will compete for Team USA in a Muay Thai match, Gabby Thomas, who will compete for Team USA in track, and Aisha Rafayi competing for Singapore as a rower. Mr. Speaker, the Olympics are a unifying moment for our country and the world. It is a time when we can set aside our differences and come together to cheer for those who represent the best in us. To Gabby, Stephen, Aisha, Aaron, and all the other athletes who have worked so hard to reach this milestone, your journey to the Olympics is already a victory. We are so proud of all of you, and we will be cheering for you every step of the way. Go Team USA. I yield back my time to the gentleman.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Disability Pride Month, celebrated each July to commemorate the Americans with Disabilities Act. It's hard to believe that the ADA will turn 34 years old tomorrow. I was in college when it passed in 1990. Today, an entire generation has never known life without the protections that exist because of the ADA. We have come a long way from the days when sidewalk curbs would routinely cause insurmountable challenges for Americans in wheelchairs, and now, when accommodation is the rule, not the exception. As a new member of the differently abled community, I believe it's important not only to celebrate how far we've come, but also to recognize how far we still have to go. The issue of disability rights and accessibility has been one I've worked on closely since my first days in public office. When I served in the Virginia State Senate back in 2015, I worked alongside Connor Cummings, a young Virginian with autism who lived in my district, and his mom, Sharon, to pass Connor's Law, legislation that closed a loophole and extended parental support for severely disabled and special needs children over age 18, giving relief to single parents. I've had the pleasure of welcoming Connor and Sharon to Capitol Hill to testify on the impact of Connor's Law for families like theirs and the need to replicate it in states across the country. The proudest vote I took in the state Senate was in 2018, when we voted finally to expand Medicaid in Virginia. Through this monumental action, we extended affordable health care access to hundreds of thousands of the most vulnerable Virginians, including many of those living with disabilities. That's also why I fought so hard once coming to Congress to successfully protect and expand the Affordable Care Act, including preventing insurance companies from discriminating against people with pre-existing conditions and defending the elimination of lifetime caps on coverage, which would be devastating for families of those with disabilities. In fact, the very first constituent meeting I took when I came to Washington in 2019 was with the Little Lobbyists, a group of families with young children with complex medical needs and disabilities. I invited one of those families to be my guest at the State of the Union in 2020 to highlight just how important fighting back against efforts to undermine the ACA was for families like theirs. Over the past year, the fight for disability rights has become a personal one. My battle with progressive supranuclear palsy, or PSP, has robbed me of my ability to use my full voice and move around in the ways that I used to. Rather than striding confidently onto the House floor to vote, I gratefully accept rides across Independence Avenue, and yes, I get the irony, from my office to the Capitol. I rely on a walker to get around, and in all likelihood, before my term ends, I will appear on the House floor for votes in a wheelchair. I can no longer give the same kind of impassioned impromptu speeches during debates on the floor or in committee hearings. This very impressive AI recreation of my voice does the public speaking for me now. I found myself understanding firsthand just a fraction of the challenges that so many Americans live with each day. It's been a big adjustment, for me, for my family, for my team, and for my colleagues who have known me for years and have had to watch me go through these challenges. But mine is not a unique story. Millions of Americans face challenges that make it harder to move, speak, act, or otherwise live their day-to-day lives. But that disability does not define who they are. I certainly have not allowed my new challenges to define me. This is not a situation I would have chosen to find myself in. I never thought that at my age and otherwise good health, something like PSP could, in the space of just over a year, rob me of my ability to speak, run, or dance, and force me to stop doing the job that I love. I also never expected to be in a position to make history by being the first member to use an augmentative and alternative communication, AAC, device on the House floor. I used to be one of those people who hated the sound of my voice. When my ads came on TV, I would cringe and change the channel. But you truly don't know what you've got till it's gone, because hearing the new AI of my old voice for the first time was music to my ears. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever heard, and I cried tears of joy. I'm not going to sugarcoat the difficulties that I've faced the past year, but what has brought me a renewed sense of determination is the opportunity to use this unique platform to try to help others. The supportive messages I've received have been overwhelming, especially from those facing similar speaking or movement challenges who see someone like me, who just happens to be in the spotlight, persevere in the same ways that they are. I'm not doing it for praise or admiration, but I do hope that when people see me continuing to do all I can to keep living my life and doing this job I love as best I can, they understand and appreciate the courage, resilience, and spirit that so many Americans of differing abilities demonstrate each and every day. I hope I can be a voice, even an AI voice, for Americans facing accessibility challenges and other disabilities, because too often people only see us for that disability, and in truth, we are so much more. Mr. Speaker, I ask my colleagues to join me in recognizing this Disability Pride Month and in celebrating the strength and perseverance of the disability community. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023. The gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, is recognized for 60 minutes as a designee of the Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, first I'm going to yield as much time as my friend will consume from Tennessee.
Mr. Speaker, first off, I just wanted to thank you to the gentleman for yielding.
Thank you to the gentlewoman from Virginia. What courage. We love you. Thank you. America thanks you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate our top 10 speech writers for this year's Missouri's 4th Congressional District speech competition. They were chosen to write speeches on what America means to them. And we're so proud of the work they're doing in their schools to keep the American dream and spirit alive. Today, we are sharing several of these speeches. The first from Patrick O'Hanlon from Pleasant Hill, Missouri in Cass County. Patrick writes, America is a special country. We have the freedom of speech and the freedom of religion. America was built by people from all around the world. Our founding fathers wrote an amazing Constitution and Bill of Rights that limits the government's powers and gives freedom to the people. When a B-2 stealth bomber cruised over my home on the Kansas City Royals opening day, it was such a magnificent reminder of our exceptional country. It was hard not to be overflowing with patriotism. After seeing that, I'm glad that they're on our side. These things are a big part of what America means to me. Thank you, Patrick, for being such a shining light in the classroom and sharing what America means to you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate another top 10 speech writer, this one from Polk County, Natalie Myers from Pleasant Hope Middle School. America, where my heart calls home. America is more than the home of the brave. It's where the heart finds home.
Home is where the heart belongs. My heart is painted with the strokes of red, white, and blue. Having the freedom of religion, speech, to be who I want to be, that's what America offers me, and I thank her in deep gratitude. Now, America isn't perfect, but we strive for perfection. Let's not forget the ones who fought for our land, that hold the red, white, and blue. America is always ready to provide peace and win battles. America's a mighty land that embraces diversity and love. America is my home. Great job, Natalie. Thank you for your work. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the 4th Congressional District of Missouri's July Small Business of the Month, the Cider House of Cass County. Owned and operated by the Middaugh family, the Cider House was established in 2004, but the family business's roots run much deeper than that. The Middaughs started their business adventure back on 4 corners of 7 Highway in 1978. What began as a seed company grew into a fruit market, an orchard, a red barn that served lunch, pies, breads, jams, jellies, and much more. They began hosting home-cooked dinner buffets on the weekends with a band playing upstairs while renting the facility. In 2001, part of the family bought the farm, which was formerly Old Horse Stables, and began booking events again. With the addition of a pumpkin patch, selling seeds, and young children growing up, repurchasing the orchard seemed just the right thing to do. So for Jean and her husband, Chad, they did that. Repurchasing the orchard was just what the Middaughs needed, allowing the family to rebrand the facility the Cider House and allowing them to offer farm-to-table dinners, as well as hosting events that partner with local farmers and wineries and local artists. Their story is an inspiring story. It reminds us all of just how hard work and family-driven spirits can pay off in Missouri's 4th Congressional District. Thank you, Cider House. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to recognize, honor, and remember the July Veteran of the Month, Mr. Charles Ben Basie, who sadly passed away this month in Columbia, Missouri. He was born in rural Howard County, attended Union School, a one-room schoolhouse there. At the age of 15, he graduated from Fayette High School. He went on to serve his nation for nearly 43 years in our armed forces, spending 11 years in the U.S. Navy and almost 32 in the Naval Reserves. In World War II, he served aboard the USS Boxer, an Exus-class carrier where he flew multiple fighters. In 1949, he was one of the first Navy pilots to land a jet on a carrier. During the earliest stages of catapult takeoff and landing operations for the Grumman F-9F. On his 60th birthday, Mr. Basie retired from the Navy with the rank of captain, and during his service to our nation, Captain attended 6 different universities, earning a bachelor's and master's degree in engineering and a PhD in engineering and mathematics. He taught 18 different engineering courses and served as a faculty advisor for 400 engineering students. A proud father, he is survived by his 4 sons, 6 grandchildren, 7 great-grandchildren, and 1 great-great-grandchild. He served his nation, his state, and his family well. We honor you today on the House floor as July Veteran of the Month, and we will continue to honor your life and your legacy, Captain. Thank you for your great service. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the 4th Congressional District of Missouri's August Small Business of the Month, Cackle Hatchery, a longtime family-owned source of prime poultry. Located in Lebanon, Missouri, Cackle Hatchery remains one of the last few hobby hatcheries in the United States. It preserves the genetics of over 200 varieties of poultry and distributes hundreds of thousands of chicks to families and farms each and every year in the United States. As a family-owned and operated business since 1936, it's one of the few businesses in Lebanon that still has the same owner, same location, and same business during that length of time. While most hatcheries closed their doors in the mid-'60s, Cackle Hatchery continued to provide chicks through local feed stores and mail delivery. The moniker of Hobby Hatchery is a representation of Cackle's customer base, not the scale of their current business itself. So congratulations to Cackle Hatchery for exceptionally producing poultry year after year. Keep up the great work. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, finally, today I rise to honor our August Veteran of the Month, Mr. Harold King. Mr. King attended Lee High School in Nebraska, Utah State University, U.S. Armor School, JFK Special Warfare Center and School, and Command and General Staff College. Mr. King joined the Army as a military policeman in 1984 and held many jobs through his career. Among those are armor crewman, armor officer, company commander, operations officer, and information operations officer. In 1990, he served in Operation Desert Shield and Desert Storm with 437th Armor 1st Division as a legacy. His grandfather was in World War II. He left active duty in 1994, becoming a psychological operations officer with the 10th PSYOP Battalion in St. Louis, Missouri. And then in 2007, Mr. Speaker, he deployed again to Iraq until 2008. After that, King remained committed to serving his fellow veterans. He worked as a veteran service officer with the Missouri Veterans Commission for over 10 years and recently took an additional duty of appeals specialist. Right now, he serves as military services coordinator for the Department of Veterans Affairs at Fort Leonard Wood, and there he provides veterans and service members with the information they need to fully understand the comprehensive assistance and benefits available to them. He is a devoted father, a devoted husband, a grandfather to one, and a papa to a crew of dogs, cats, and fish. Congratulations to our August Veteran of the Month, Major King. Thank you for your service, Major. You make Missouri's 4th Congressional District and America proud. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I just want to wish my colleagues on both sides of the aisle a safe and productive time working in their district, reconnecting with their families, making memories. God bless this body, and God bless the United States of America. And with that, I yield back. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, and to my friend from Missouri, thank you. Actually, sometimes I come behind these microphones, and often what I want to share, what I need to share, it's my therapy, is a bit dour. And it's sometimes fun to listen to someone that actually has happy and joyous. All right, now that the uplifting portion of this program is over, let's get to the facts. Mr. Speaker, or now Madam Speaker Pro Tem, you see the number, 35 trillion. Guess when we hit it? We should be very, very excited and proud of ourselves. We did something that so many economists said we would never get to this quick. My math says this coming Friday, 3 p.m., the United States gross debt will cross over 35 trillion. Now understand, that's not the way Europeans calculate our debt, which they calculate our debt dramatically higher because of our obligated unfunded liabilities. But you're going to watch the Treasury Friday about 3 p.m. post up a number, $35 trillion. We did it. Congratulations. And how many people have you heard come find the microphone today or this week, understanding, wanting to talk about that? What we've gotten is people coming behind the microphone and not telling the truth. We all want to protect Social Security. The way you protect Social Security is you know the math and how it actually works. We're on track in a decade to double senior poverty. But God forbid any of us tell the truth about math. Because the truth gets you unelected and a bunch of really angry ads at home. So this place runs around and avoids telling the truth. So let's walk through another little factoid. My math basically says this year, 45.68% of all the income tax collections, receipts, your government takes in just cover the cost of interest. I'd been coming behind the microphone and saying, hey, interest in 2024, this fiscal year, would be somewhere around a little less than 1.2 trillion. I apparently have that wrong. It's probably going to come in about $1,140 to $60 billion. Either way, I'm off a fraction. But 45.68% of every dime we're collecting in your income tax now just pays interest. And I've tried to say over and over and over at home and other places, and you get people to just stare at you and go, huh? Who really runs this government? Seriously, it's an honest question. I need you to think like adults, maybe those who actually went to a finance class. Who actually now runs this government? I'm going to argue the debt markets, the bond markets from around the world. If you have to bring almost $10 trillion to market this fiscal year, $2.25 trillion virgin new issues because we're borrowing, it's like $75,000 to $80,000 a second right now, and the economy is good. The actual baseline data on GDP is good, and you're still burning almost $80,000 a second in borrowing. What happens the second you have a U.S. debt auction that's undersubscribed or there's not enough people there? What happens to U.S. interest rates? How much of the world goes into depression? But we're going to talk about that. Oh, God, no, because that would require math. That would require being serious. You know, we passed a bill here earlier today. I voted no on it. And look, they worked hard on it. They lowered the top line spending. But you got to deal with a really uncomfortable discussion. Every dime a member of Congress votes on is borrowed. Okay, let's process that. Every dime a member of Congress votes on is borrowed, and depending on some of the projections, about a quarter of Medicare. Social Security has its own trust fund. It runs out in like 9-10 years, and then we got to figure out what's going to happen there, and we can continue to get Democrats coming behind the microphone and lying about it, which makes it almost impossible to actually lay out the math and try to fix it. And remember, raising the cap, doing the Democrats' plan of $400,000 up and just raising the cap only covers about 38% of the shortfall. You had the president in that debate last month saying, if we just tax rich people 1% more, and I have a chart in here that will show it's a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of the shortfall. Remember, if you take $400,000 and up, the Democrats' definition of rich, and you tax them at 12.4%, you only cover 38% of the shortfall. So 1%, and this is the nature of our discussion. When every dime a member of Congress votes on is borrowed, is it moral to borrow money here to send it to entities around the country, even though their programs, many of them I love. I think they're the right thing. I just think the way we finance it isn't. Is it right to send them cash to that city, to that state, to that county, and they have their own taxing authority? They may have more cash in the bank than we do as a percentage. Do you borrow money? Because that's what we're doing today. We're borrowing money, and the crazy thing, when you do the adjustment for the ability for interest to be tax exempt from municipal debt, we have municipalities in this country that have a better credit rating, have a better credit rating than the United States. Remember, Greece can sell a 10-year bond cheaper than the United States today. We are number 14 on the credit stack, meaning there's 13 other countries that can sell a 10-year bond cheaper than the United States. And if you read the instruments, if you read the Moody's, the S&Ps, their documents and their reps and warrants and their analysis on U.S. debt, they don't trust this place. They do not believe Congress, particularly, because it's our job. We're supposed to be the adults in the room. We make policy. The White House carries it out. Remember that little thing, the Constitution? Maybe someone tried reading it. And they don't trust us. They don't, and they have no reason to trust us. How much discussion have you heard, anyone that's been listening to these microphones this week? Heard people like me, which maybe I'm just an idiot for actually giving a damn. Get behind these microphones and actually walk through the math and explain there's a way we keep our promises. There's a way we meet our obligation for the earned benefits. There's a way to make this work. You don't have a lot more time to keep screwing around, but if you do it in the next 3-4 years, this is another American century. I have my 8-year-old sitting over here. I also have a 2-year-old. My wife's exactly my age. Yes, I'm pathologically optimistic. The math says her generation will be the first generation to live poorer than her parents. Great morality, guys. Very proud of us. And anyone that listens to my diatribes here, thank you. I think this is almost like my therapy session, because I get angry all week long listening to absurdity and people saying things that mathematically have no basis in fact. 100% of the debt, and this makes everyone angry, and it's factual. 100% of the U.S. debt from today through the next 30 years is demographics. Huh? What's demographics? And this is your country's leadership. It's demographics. We got old as a society and we didn't set aside the resources to keep our promises. And since 1990, U.S. fertility has been falling. I won't use the word collapsing. But last year, we estimate 2023, 1.63%, maybe 1.62% fertility, meaning the United States now has fewer children than much of Europe. Now tell me how I build a pay-as-you-go system to keep our promises to those who paid into Social Security, those who paid into Medicare. And remember, the Medicare taxes you pay only cover about 38, 40%. And there is, okay. Oh, what the hell? Why not we do this right now? Social Security does not add to the U.S. debt, technically. But the paying back the money that was borrowed from the Social Security Trust Fund does. So there's some $3 trillion some dollars that have been borrowed out. And for the last few years, every month, there's not enough tax collections coming in on the FICA tax at 12.4% to make the payments to Social Security recipients. So every month, I want you just to visualize this. Social Security says, hey, Treasury, I'm holding a bunch of your bonds. You owe us some money. And they cash them in, and Treasury goes and borrows money and pays interest for that borrowed money. So Social Security doesn't create the debt, but Treasury does, because Treasury has to go out and borrow money to pay back the money they've taken out of the Social Security Trust Fund. And if you add it all up, plus interest, and forgive me, I'm partially doing this off the top of my head, I calculate maybe $6 trillion. Three plus in principal, and then over the time the interest paid back is probably another 3. How many times have you had anyone just try to be honest about it? It's not Republican math, it's not Democrat math, it's just math to be avoided because we're terrified of our voters to tell them the truth because we've lied to them for so long. How many times have you had a Democrat go around here saying, if we just tax rich people more? I've done entire presentations here, and for those on the Republican side, if we just cut discretionary spending, well, damn it, I can come up with about $300 billion in discretionary can be cut down. They'll be screaming, but that's still 1% of GDP. And for the Democrats, every tax hike they genuinely propose that could be executed when you adjust it for its economic effects would be about 1.5% of GDP. So you got 1.5 there on tax hikes. You got 1% in cuts over here. Hey, it's a big 2.5%, right? Right? 2.5%. We're borrowing 7% of the entire economy this year. Great job, guys. And I guess part of my anger is I love some of the people I work with here. They're smart, they care, but they run away from me when they see me coming because I want to talk about this stuff. This chart is the pie chart of America's spending. Do you see this number? 74% is in the red. The red doesn't get a vote from a member of Congress. That is on autopilot. It's called mandatory. It's earned benefits, some of the benefits you get because you're part of a certain tribal group or you fall below a certain income, but this is earned. You see the blue? It's defense and non-defense. Every dime in defense is borrowed. Every dime of what we call non-defense discretionary is borrowed. And a wedge of this over here is borrowed. And when you see over here, when we say net interest, I've tried to explain the net difference between net interest and gross interest. Net interest this year will be $892 billion. That's interest we pay to people out in the world. Your pension fund, a nice family on the other side of the world, the union retirement fund over here, they buy U.S. debt. The other debt is we owe to the trust funds. We've borrowed the money from the trust funds, but we still have to pay it back. We still have to pay it interest. So it's one of the great cons we do in our budgeting here is, well, its gross interest is only $890 billion, Schweikert. Why do you keep going around saying $1.2 trillion? Interest, just this year. It's because that other chunk of interest we got to pay. And we're going to have to pay back the principal, just as I just did the explanation on how Social Security works. So once again, if you're a member of Congress and you're doing a town hall or putting out something and you're not showing this chart, you're not helping our brothers and sisters across the country understand how serious this election is, how serious putting people in office that stop pandering to your need for a dopamine hit in your brain, but maybe own a calculator. Once again, I can make this math work, but you don't pretend we can tax rich people. We can just cut our way there. You may have to do a bit of both of those, but it's policy. I've done presentation after presentation after presentation on how you could crash healthcare, how you could adopt artificial intelligence to reduce the size of this government dramatically and still have better customer service. How the mechanics of talent-based immigration could actually grow the economy, but shutting down the border, stopping importing competition to our working poor, making our working poor poor. But you got to think like an economist, and the idiot, the folks here want to talk down to you, talk to you like you're a child, and say, well, if we just did this, we'd be fine. It doesn't work that way. We are now so upside down debt-wise that unless you do something it's holistic with lots of moving parts, none of the math works. And we're uncomfortable telling that truth. So let's actually walk through a board I don't think I've ever shown before. Fiscal year 2024, here's sort of where we're at to date. We've taken in $3,755 billion. Do you see the red here? Okay, the red is the individual income tax. Your country is an income tax-based economic system, where other countries may rely more on a value-added tax, which is a really regressive tax, crushes particularly the middle class. The blue over here, when you start to look at that, this is functionally, we call it social insurance and retirement programs. It's Social Security. Well, that's actually going out the door immediately, and we have to borrow some to cover it. The blue over here, well, that's actually corporate income taxes. Remember, the United States, back in about the late 80s, early 90s, we changed much of our corporate tax structure when we started having pass-throughs. Do you remember LLCs, subchapter S's, partnerships, those things? So much of what is corporate activity in the United States flows through to that individual tax line. So when you get the brain trust here, it says, we're just going to raise corporate taxes. Great. Okay, and that's going to solve something? Remember, and we're trying to vet the paper I got the math from. But we have a paper from about a year and a half ago that said in the 2017 tax reform we did, 67% of the corporate tax rate reduction went to wages. So when you have someone from the left who runs around here saying, we're going to raise corporate taxes, ta-da, what they're doing is basically screwing over the working men and women of the country. That's how it works. When your wages go up, the old saying used to be it's inflation. Well, that doesn't get you anything. Or it's productivity. Because you built a tax code that said we can afford to buy the next better piece of equipment. We can build better processes. We can build better supply chains. We're becoming more productive, and you as a worker get part of that. But part of that productivity also is a tax system that maximizes economic vitality. Economic growth is moral. If you want to have fewer poor people in your society, if you want to close income inequality, you do it not through transfer payments. We have data over data over data that many of the transfer payments at the end of the decade make people poorer because you disassociate them, their lives from being part of the society, part of work. So the secret is have an economy that grows, that needs them. Getting economics right is moral. But this is the reality. When you get people, when we start talking about, do you see these tiny little wedges there? Well, that's excise taxes. Some will think of it as tariffs. When you actually see some miscellaneous. Your society is functionally financed. Income tax, this is FICA, and this is corporate. Mark my words, and I'll probably be long gone from this place. What the Democrats are doing, policy-wise, and honestly, the Republicans' unwillingness to actually do tough things, into this decade, you're going to all be having a discussion of having a national VAT, value-added tax, just like the rest of the world. And all the crap discussion of, well, it's not progressive enough, it's regressive, it hurts working men and women. Working men and women get their heads kicked in because it's the only way you can start to confiscate enough resources from people. So let's actually talk through, let's knock down some of the craziness that keeps being said around here. This is a brand new chart for me. U.S. fiscal dynamics, now and then. And we're going to go way back. Let's actually do the previous from 1984 to 2023 and then current. Our tax revenues are up. We're taking in more receipts. Technically, they're not revenues. Revenues are what you earn. Receipts are what you confiscate. So just a bit of tax lingo there. But it's our spending. You see tax receipts are up, but our spending is way up. And when you see the white line over here, deficits, it's just basically the derivative of, hey, tax receipts are up, but we're spending faster than those receipts are going up. Therefore, you get a deficit. If you get someone who says, well, those 2017 tax cuts, no, tax receipts are up. I have another chart I'm going to show you here. Corporate tax rates, or corporate tax collections, don't think about the rate, it's about what you take in, are actually above the mean. And how much of this spending is the Orwellian named Inflation Reduction Act? So the Democrats lost their mind when we did 2017 tax reform. Remember, it was actually a few $5.5 trillion. But functionally, 4 of it were also covered, direct taxes. We just moved things around to maximize productivity. It was about getting companies to move back to the United States, move their organizations, their intellectual property, the things they were making money on, get them back to the United States. We had to become competitive in the world again. The other $1.5 trillion, well, that's actually, the Democrats, that's the driver of the debt. No, it's not, because it turns out it wasn't $1.5 trillion. The latest data is almost $900 billion of that has been covered by the economic growth. Yet, when the Democrats controlled this place in the last session, they dropped $2 trillion in subsidies, handouts to big business. And all that's borrowed money. How many people, when was the last time you had a reporter that actually covered any of this fairly? When was the last time you met a reporter that owned a calculator? The public has no understanding what's going on out there. And I keep trying to provide this chart over and over. This is U.S. government revenues. The sign should say receipts. This is mislabeled. Green, individual income taxes. Remember, we're mostly an individual income tax country. When you see spikes like this is the dot-com bubble of functionally 1999 or 2000, 2001, the dot-coms. That's capital gains. Here, this spike here, that's actually functioning people were getting lots of COVID money. So it was direct spend from the federal government. We borrowed it, gave it to them. They had to pay taxes on it. This line here, the blue, that's FICA taxes. That's your Social Security, that's your Medicare. Very stable. Down here, this is corporate taxes. Do you see the line? Remember, this is the regime of the new corporate tax rates since 2017. Tax receipts, the actual tax dollars are up. And it's above the mean of the last couple decades. You need vitality. You need dynamism. And there's lots of things we could do policy-wise. The United States is becoming a bit more oligopoly. Many of our businesses are becoming far too big and far too protectionist. But that's government. Government likes big organizations because they're easier to manipulate to get them to do what they want. Hey, here's a subsidy. Wink, wink, nod, nod. Engage in our social policy. Engage in our political policy. And we're going to hand you billions. Instead of what you do when you do tax reform of everyone, knife fight, battle it out. The best product, the most dynamic company, the one that moves fastest, the most innovative wins. That's the way an American economy, a market economy is supposed to work. Instead, now you have and you'll actually have our brothers and sisters on the left here actually go behind these microphones and use, our industrial policy is this. Our planned economy is this. God, I keep waiting for them to build a 5-year plan and hold up the little red cards. You don't get that reference, go look it up. So, this is the driver of the debt. Remember how I showed you tax receipts are up, but our spending is up more? Well, where's that spending? It's in what we call mandatory. In many ways, this isn't Republican or Democrat. It's what we are as a society. We calculate in about 10 years, 23% of our population will be 65 and up. But the politics will weaponize that very sentence I just gave you, but it's math. It's what we are. It's demographics. We're having dramatically fewer children than have for the last couple decades, and we got older. If we tell the truth about that, we can look at what is the cost driver. So when you get folks that come and say, well, almost all the cost driver is interest and healthcare costs. And a decade from now, when the Social Security Trust Fund is gone, do we backfill it? So the brain trust here will say, well, let's do this. We'll do the ACA, Obamacare, or the Republican alternative, or Medicare for all. Those are financing bills. Once again, if our body here would tell the truth, that's who gets subsidized and who has to pay. They don't change what we pay. Technology, cures, disruptions, better ways to do it. But we keep much of the technology that could crash the price of healthcare here, we keep it illegal. Because there's armies of lobbyists in our hallways who don't want to compete against your ability to use technology to keep yourself and your family healthier. I've been able to attach a handful of AI and algorithm bills to provide customer service at the IRS or the VA or other things. And the hate we've gotten from the government employees unions, from these. But the fact of the matter is, it's moral. It would be better customer service for our constituents. It would be faster, better, cheaper. And the fact of the matter is, there's no pension with it. There are solutions that's not tax or cut and burn. It's a policy. And this place won't engage in the policy because we're afraid of we are protectionists. We are protections of the government bureaucracies, and the incumbent business models. Is that Republican or Democrat? It's math. Oh. And I'm not going to bother you with that. Madam Speaker Pro Tem, may I ask how much time I have?
Gentleman has 23 minutes remaining.
All right. And for those who are trying to take down my words, I'm sorry for talking so fast. Tax revenues projected billions of dollars. I'm just, once again, want to make the point. Individual income taxes projected to be up dramatically. Payroll taxes up fairly substantially. Corporate income taxes fairly healthy, just that they're staying within. Other types of receipts are also up. But where I really want to get back to is trying to make this point, and then we're going to do some actual tax history. This is from CBO, Congressional Budget Office. This is not Republican or Democrat, it's math. 100% of the next 30 years of debt, healthcare and interest, and then in 10 years if we backfill Social Security. The rest of the budget is calculated to have almost $9 trillion positive balance. So when was the last time this place actually was willing to have one of the most difficult discussions? About a month and a half ago, the joint economic economists on the Republican side took the leap and told the truth. We wrote a detailed report about demographics, tax policy, maximizing economic growth, and then we talked about health. And this is where I get the crap kicked out of me, telling the truth. Obesity in the detailed line item, and we spent months and months and months and months working on these numbers and vetting them, could be as high as $9.1 trillion of additional health care costs over the 10 years. Having a society where we're about to have the 5th year in a row where prime-age males are dying younger, is that moral? Having a society where we calculate in 3 to 4 years, 50% of America will be obese. Is that moral? What we do in the Farm Bill, what we do in nutrition support, and what we do in trying to have a healthier society, is that Republican or Democrat? I often accuse my Democrats of wanting to engage in policy to maintain people's misery, where those of, at least myself, I want to cure the misery. I want to end the misery, cure diseases, move the types of investment, but also the policies so the FDA can use technology to bring cures to market faster. We have a whole portfolio of these ideas. Not one of those was a tax, not one of those was a major cut. We calculate that 16% of all U.S. health care, $600 billion, is people not staying on their statin or taking their insulin properly or their calcium inhibitors, so they're having a stroke. So 99-cent pill bottle cap that beeps at you. And I can't get a damn hearing on that for years. Simple ideas that could crash the price of health care. Our society is dying. In 15 years, we calculate we have more deaths than births. Oh, but that doesn't work in the next election. That's not what I'm going to use in my propaganda. The attack ads that are going to come at you, Schweikert, well, we're going to say you mentioned the word Social Security and Medicare, but we're going to lie that you're one of the few idiots here trying to find a mathematical way to save it. This place is absolutely immoral. Oh, I've done this before. I've tried to walk through the actual cost to the poor on what we're doing at our border. I'll do this quickly. You're the individual, you're the couple. You didn't finish high school. What you sell is your talents. You're willing to go out and hang drywall. You work yourself off as hard as you can. And then you get a White House that engages in border policy where millions of people with the same skill set as you have come in and they consume the housing stock. So you want to know why the lowest tiers, the least expensive housing has had some of the highest inflation, why they can't find a place to live, and now their wages are going down because you're competing against millions of people with the same skill set. The cruelty of the current border policy crushes the working poor. Can we have a discussion like economists instead of, well, you're immoral, you want to, no. And on the flip side, we have entire charts that talk about a talent-based immigration, and talent could be a skilled carpenter or a synthetic biologist, grows the economy. And I will argue a number of the economic policies I propose, I cannot make work math-wise unless we actually. Because in the 70s, 80s, the world fought for hydrocarbons. Last decade, we fought for rare earths. I can build you the math model that says this decade and the next 3 decades, we're going to fight for smart people. The entire world. We educate people here and then we send them away. Are we out of our minds? Madam Speaker Pro Tem, I'm going to skip a bunch of the boards and just try to close this out with just a couple more. This is 2023. Total outlays, total spending, 6.1 trillion. Total receipts, 4.4 trillion. So what is that? 1.7 trillion borrow. This year, borrowing is going to be about 2.25. And this is a time where the economy is doing remarkably well. Now, it's subsidized, so it's basically a sugar high, but it's still doing well. And now our problem is, in 2023, gross interest was about $700 billion. This year, we're heading towards $1 trillion, $140, $160 billion. But this differential here, almost every dime of that 1.7 trillion borrowing, the growth on it. Now, much of it is Inflation Reduction Act, the shortfall from tax reform, but we've never been given the run to show how it's growing tax receipts. And I've shown you even corporate tax receipts with the different rates are up. Turns out it's healthcare and interest now. And now as we're moving back to more normalized interest, how many of you live in a fantasy world where you think interest rates are going back to zero? You realize the current interest on 10-year notes still aren't at historic norms when you take away the years of suppression on the rate. And for my brothers and sisters on the left who like to say, well, it was you gave away to rich people. Today, the rich, as defined by you, pay a higher percentage of federal income taxes than they did before. The Republican tax reform was more progressive than the previous tax code. And when we get to some of the other charts, here's my chart showing that President Biden in the debate said something insane about covering Social Security. Let's see if I can find 10 years gross debt will be $56.8 trillion. But here's one of the points I desperately want to make. Historically, when we've had very high marginal rates, we get 17.6, 18, 18.2% of GDP in taxes. When we've had very low marginal rates, we get 17.6, 18.2% of the economy in taxes because the economy changes and grows. So when you look at it, the black line is receipts, revenue. The line above it is interest and healthcare. So when our friends keep saying, well, we're going to tax the rich more, great, but I've already shown you if every tax worked absolutely to its maximum efficiency, you get 1.5% of GDP, and we're borrowing 7 this year. Oh. We'll make this the last one. Until we're actually willing to first have the same definitions of here's the drivers of debt, here's the innovations we're willing to bring into our society. This is our future. Our future is just absolutely crushing. And it's percentages of GDP. We expect Social Security and Medicare outlays as we start to head to the 30-year budget, 17.6% of the entire economy, where revenues are 6.3. Okay, no one has any idea what you're talking about. But my basic point is, today through the next 30 years, it's demographics. It's mostly healthcare, and then the cost of financing that shortfall. Helping people live longer, live healthier, live freer of disease is moral. Is it Republican moral, Democrat moral? It's just moral. And yet, every piece of legislation I've brought here over the last few years can't get a hearing or gets shot down because the bureaucracy despises it. The interest groups care more about their money than they care about my 8-year-old's future. There is a path where the math can be made to work. But for everyone around here, you think there's a simple solution. My father used to have this great solution, this saying, for every complex problem, there's a simple solution. That's absolutely wrong. We will have to do complexity to save our future, save my retirement, save my children. We have put it on paper. We've done economic modeling. We've had multiple PhD economists do the math. There's a way it works. Will this place step up and buy a calculator, put batteries in it, and then sit down with those of us who want to save our future and make this another American century? But we run around terrified from doing what's hard. Madam Speaker, thank you for the therapy session of letting me vent. I'm going to bite my tongue from saying what I had to say, but I am going to throw one last thing. There's a number of people watch these presentations on YouTube. Half the comments are bots. They're fake. They're Russian troll farms. Half the remaining half are people who care more about saying ideological insanity. But there's about a quarter of them that help, that actually have sometimes brilliant ideas, are engaged in saying, what if you did this? What if you looked at that? We're diving into ideas on things of consolidation, things of mandatory, and those ideas actually came from the population that's been willing to watch these presentations over the years. And one of my last great hopes is when I would do these economic presentations 5 years ago, I get 12 people that would watch them. Today, I'll have several 100,000. Maybe, just maybe, our Democrat, our Republicans, the people who are independent are tired of being treated like children, and they're ready. They're ready for us to start talking to them like honest brokers of policy. And with that, Madam Speaker, I'm going to yield a couple minutes to Congressman Mooney, and he can consume what time I have left. Thank you.
Thank you. I require how much time is remaining? Don't pull the microphone.
The gentleman has 9.5 minutes remaining.
It's okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My constituents are getting crushed by inflation caused by out-of-control Washington spending, which reduces the purchasing power of their dollar. Many Americans turn to gold and silver for a better store of value. Yet the IRS classifies gold and silver as, quote, collectibles, alongside with artwork and baseball cards, which subject them to a punitive 28% capital gains tax, despite the U.S. Constitution affirming gold and silver as money. The IRS does not let taxpayers deduct losses they suffer from holding U.S. dollars, so it is unfair to assess a capital gains tax when citizens hold gold and silver to protect against inflation. My legislation, House Resolution 8279, the Monetary Metals Tax Neutrality Act, would end the federal income taxation of gold, silver, and bullion, and I urge my colleagues to support this common sense measure. Madam Speaker, I rise to call on the Bureau of Prisons to permanently allow for localizing hiring authority at the Hazleton Federal Prison in Preston County, West Virginia, my district. The prison has struggled for years to fill critical staffing shortages, which has resulted in unsafe conditions for both correctional officers and inmates. I helped lead the charge for the authorization of retention bonuses at the facility, and am pleased that the Bureau of Prisons has authorized local hiring to speed up the process and provide jobs for hardworking West Virginians. Prior to this authorization, applicants were required to apply through the Bureau of Prisons headquarters in Texas. This bureaucratic process slowed down and discouraged hiring. Local hiring authority has already resulted in a class of 7 new officers, which are desperately needed at this facility, which doesn't have enough people there. So I joined the Correctional Officers Union in calling for this authority to be made permanent as the prison works to fill the 90 officer shortage. Yield time back to the gentleman from Arizona.
And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman, for 30 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, we have someone running for president, a former president, who claims that there were no deaths of our soldiers in Afghanistan for 18 months under his presidency. Clearly false. Identified as false. We'll see the statistics. We see that 163 of our best and finest died in Afghanistan during the Trump presidency, and they died in every year he was in office. Now, more died under the Obama administration, but at least under the Obama administration, we got something. We got bin Laden. And let us not forget that on 9/11, we lost more Americans than Pearl Harbor. We lost more Americans on American soil than had been lost at any time since 1865. But 163 of our soldiers and Marines died in Afghanistan under Trump, and what did we get for it? Did Trump leave Afghanistan better than he found it? Did Trump leave Afghanistan at all? No. The Afghanistan he left his successor was identical to what he inherited from his predecessor. But 163 Americans died. And he left the withdrawal, knowing it was very difficult, to the Biden administration. And then the attack is that we lost 12 soldiers under the Biden administration. We lost 163 under Trump. He did not leave Afghanistan better than he found it. He did not leave Afghanistan at all. While I'm focused on 9/11, we have to remember Dr. Afridi, the Pakistani doctor who helped us get bin Laden and has been in a Pakistani jail for a decade and a half since then. We should leave no man behind, and certainly not Dr. Afridi. There have been proposals to trade Dr. Afridi for a Dr. Siddiqui, a terrorist who tried to kill Americans but didn't kill any Americans, who is now a mental patient in a prison hospital. We should make that trade whenever it becomes available. But Pakistan right now is in a period of unrest. We have to demonstrate our dedication to democracy and human rights around the world, and particularly in Pakistan. Yesterday, I got a commitment from the State Department official who deals with all of our policies in South Asia to consider directing Ambassador Blum to go visit Imran Khan in jail. This man, former prime minister, more votes than anyone else in Pakistan, a demonstration by the United States that this statesman should not be killed in prison is very important. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I join Vice President Harris in condemning yesterday's anti-Israel, pro-Hamas demonstrations. The demonstrators may not know that their leaders are funded by Iran and Qatar, who fund the organizations and the propaganda. These same leaders glorified October 7th. They rejoiced at the death of every Israeli civilian. They condemned Israel on October 7th before Israel had done anything to respond, because their demonstrations were not about Israel should not respond. Their demonstrations were a glorification of the death brought by Hamas. Now, the followers chant from the river to the sea, but they do not, some of them don't even know which river, which sea. But what they don't know is the background of that slogan. From the river to the sea, Palestine shall be Juden free. It is a declaration that every Jew who lives from the river to the sea should be killed or ethnically cleansed. And since, as we saw in the 1930s, there is no country that wants to accept millions of Jewish refugees, that means they should all be killed. That is the chant that we hear, from the river to the sea. Now, prior to October 7th, we needed to see a two-state solution, and I hope we get there. But there's effort to convey the life of those who lived in Gaza as being somehow equivalent to, say, the Rohingya refugees living in camps in Bangladesh. The fact is that those living in Gaza had longer life expectancies than the average person in the world, considerably longer than those living in Russia, roughly equal to those living in Saudi Arabia. And all of that was destroyed on October 7th. Hamas knew exactly what they were doing. They conducted this attack for the purpose of the response, because they know they cannot achieve their political objectives, which, remember, is to expel or kill every Jew from the river to the sea. They can't possibly achieve those objectives unless they massively change world opinion. And they know and have said on the record in their own comments that every death of a Palestinian civilian helps them achieve their ugly purpose. And that is why we had in our great capital the waving of the Hamas flag while they burned the American flag. Make no mistake about it. Those who hate Israel also hate America. We see our statues desecrated, and we see a call by the demonstrators for the final solution. At least a few of them understand that from the river to the sea means kill 7 million Jewish Israelis. Mr. Speaker, we have seen a discussion of cryptocurrency. It was the one thing the Biden-Harris administration agreed with Donald Trump on. We know that the Biden-Harris administration has been relatively tough on crypto, but here are the words of Donald Trump from 2019 when he said, "I am not a fan of Bitcoin or other cryptocurrencies, which are not money and whose value is highly volatile and based on thin air. Unregulated crypto assets can facilitate unlawful behavior, including the drug trade and other illegal activity. We have only one real currency in the U.S., and it is stronger than ever, both dependable and reliable. It is the dominant currency anywhere in the world." That's what Donald Trump said until he realized that he could get tens or hundreds of millions of dollars from the crypto billionaire bros if he was willing to change his position. And that is exactly what he's doing. He's going to the Bitcoin 2024 Nashville conference to pledge his allegiance to the Bitcoin billionaires. And you can be sure his campaign will get tens of millions, no, hundreds of millions into super secret PACs to try to propagandize the American people. And God only knows whether he will personally get tens or hundreds of millions of dollars in cryptocurrency. We'll never know because, as I'll explain, cryptocurrency is the favorite device, a well-tailored device for those committing bribery and other crimes. So now some consultants have come to Vice President Harris. And thank God she has not yet taken the suggestion of these consultants. They told her, go to Bitcoin 2024 Nashville, and there'll be hundreds of millions of dollars for your campaign. Why do these Bitcoin bros have so much money? Well, they're in the business of making money. Everybody else in business, you have to actually make a product and sell it and you get money. With crypto, you just call it a currency and it's money, and you make sure you have 1 billion coins for yourself before you sell the rest. And so there are those in the Harris campaign or some outside the Harris campaign who will tell the Harris campaign, hey, the political thing to do is to get money from the crypto billionaires. The fact of is that is not the case. I have never seen a political year in which there is so much money available for candidates to communicate their message. What will win in 2024 is not money, but message. And the message has got to be clear. Democrats don't sell out. When Trump didn't see money on either side, he said, I am not a fan of Bitcoin. Now he's going to become a Bitcoin fanboy in Nashville. Our candidate won't sell out. So what is the risk posed by crypto? When the crypto bros tell you what they plan to do, you should believe them. Right now, crypto is just something interesting to bet on. You buy Ethereum today, and maybe it's worth less tomorrow. Maybe it's more tomorrow. Seems as harmless as betting on the Dodgers or the Angels. But that's not the purpose of cryptocurrencies. Cryptocurrencies aspire to be a currency. And what have the crypto bros told us? That they plan to displace the dollar as a medium of payment and as a store of value, as a reserve currency. Well, how important is the dollar's current role as a reserve currency? Our fiscal policy, our budget deficit, is enormous. It would make Argentina blush. Our trade deficit is larger than any country in the history of the world. And yet, we continue to have a relatively prosperous country. We do that because of the role the dollar plays in international finance, because the dollar is the reserve currency for everywhere around the world. The Bitcoin billionaire bros say, hey, that's a good idea. It supports the lifestyle of over 300 million Americans. Maybe we can divert those profits to ourselves. And so they tell you up front they want to challenge the dollar's role. If that role is successfully, evenly, partially challenged, we will have to cut expenditures, including Social Security. We will have to raise taxes. We will be in a very difficult circumstance. And I know people come here and they tell you we're going to have a balanced budget. We last had that under Clinton. Nobody has proposed a system for getting there anytime soon. But it's not just a potential reserve currency. It is designed to be a payment system. Now, how is it going to be better than the dollar? Well, it's electronic. So is Venmo. So is a host of other things that already exist. I'm sure that millions of transactions will take place where people are buying things today using the U.S. dollar, an electronic system. Most people can go a week or several weeks without touching a paper dollar or a paper check. No, what is the thing that the crypto bros think makes their currency better? It's not the fact that it's electronic. It is that it is a perfect device to evade law. The crypto transactions are on the blockchain, but no one knows who owns any blockchain chain account. And so it is the preferred method, a growing method, for bribery, for drug dealers, for human traffickers. It is, though, particularly valuable to tax evaders. And the goal, the self-expressed goal of the crypto bros is that the income tax will only be a tax on wages and maybe a bit of voluntary contributions from those who make their money elsewhere. Trump's Commissioner of the Internal Revenue testified that we have basically $1 trillion a year of uncollected taxes, mostly from the very wealthy. Well, that means they have to conceal $3 trillion of income to avoid paying taxes or evade taxes on $1 trillion of tax. So that means in every decade, we're talking $30 trillion of assets that need to be concealed. Cryptocurrencies are the perfect device to achieve that if they become currencies, if you can buy a yacht for a Bitcoin or a bunch of Bitcoins. So Harris will have a powerful issue in demonstrating that Trump knows full well that Bitcoin's a crock, that he sold out, and that we won't. That her loyalty is to the American people, who benefit from the role that the dollar plays in international transactions and as a reserve currency. That they benefit from a system in which we're able to collect taxes, not just from those who get W-2 forms, but from everybody who makes money in our society. Now, I'm not sure that government will stop crypto, but I believe that crypto will stop crypto. You see, there are a limited number of government currencies. You have a U.S. dollar, you have an Uruguayan peso. There will always be, the Uruguayan peso will always have value because they'll always be in Uruguay. And the U.S. dollar will always be more valuable in total than the Uruguayan peso because America will always be bigger. There is no inherent value of any cryptocurrency. Sure, we have Bitcoin, but why isn't Hamster Coin worth more than Bitcoin? There's no particular reason. And so we have Hamster Coin. And I always thought it was a joke and said so in a hearing until my staff said, no, boss, that there is a Hamster Coin. So then I said, what about Cobra coin? Well, no, we have Cobra coin. Yeah, Cobra could eat a hamster, but there's already a Cobra coin. So I said, well, gee, there could be Mongoose coin. And I proposed it as a hearing as a joke. And lo and behold, by the end of the day, they had created Mongoose coin. Which leads to the question, what about Skibbity coin? I thought that was a joke until I'm told there already is a Skibbity toilet coin. And once they make the Skibbity coin, the Skibbity toilet movie, will Skibbity coin go to the moon? We don't know. But why is Bitcoin more valuable than Skibbity coin? It is today, maybe not after the movie. So there is, the promoters of crypto says, well, there's a limited number of Ethereum. There's a limited number of Bitcoin. You can't have any more. But you can have an infinite number of competing coins. There are roughly 200 countries in the world, not an unlimited number. And it's obvious that the Uruguayan, what order those countries are in, Uruguay will always be smaller than the United States. Mr. Speaker, I want to focus on engineered intelligence. There are two groups of engineers who are in a race that they don't know about. One are the bioengineers creating new DNA, perhaps new species, by the end of this century, who says they won't have a 1,000-pound mammal with two 80-pound brains, which will probably beat my grandkids on the law school admissions test. We all know even more about the computer engineers, and we know the upside of artificial intelligence. We heard our good friend Jennifer Wexton address this House, thanks in part to artificial intelligence. We're not going to stop artificial intelligence. Hopefully we'll make sure that it is, does not somehow lead to bias and discrimination. But we do have to make sure of one thing, that artificial intelligence remains a tool, not a creature. We need to do the research so that we have the capacity to monitor for and to prevent artificial intelligence from becoming self-aware, developing volition, developing ambition, developing a survival instinct. I know it sounds like science fiction, but if somebody tells you, describes for you the future, and it seems like they're describing a science fiction movie, they might be right in their description of the future. If somebody describes the future and it doesn't look like a science fiction movie, you know they're wrong. Our kids, our grandkids are going to be living in a science fiction movie. We just don't know which one. I hope it's not Terminator. We need to take seriously not only what can be, how artificial intelligence can be used as a tool to carry out hopefully benign objectives of its human programmers, but we do have to also monitor whether artificial intelligence becomes a creature, a self-aware entity interested in its own survival, aware of its surroundings, with volition and ambition. Mr. Speaker, I have cringed again and again when I've seen Republicans condemn immigrants by identifying individual crimes committed by individual immigrants. Mr. Speaker, imagine how much crime is committed in this country by bald people. All those crimes would be eliminated if bald people were somehow excluded from the country. Every group has its saints and its sinners. And you can turn to any group, God forbid bald people could be your choice, and identify individual criminals. What I haven't heard is somebody coming to this floor and talking about the hundreds of thousands of lives of Americans who have been saved by immigrants. Immigrants who are emergency medical technicians. home health care workers, who are the difference between life and death for those they care for, those they feed, those they help prevent from falling. From our hospitals, where you may have an immigrant as a janitor preventing the spread of biological diseases throughout the hospital, or a hospital where you have the emergency room physician who is an immigrant. Let us have a Republican come to this floor and say they don't care about the hundreds of thousands of Americans who are alive today because of the life-saving work of immigrants. Let us work toward a more sensible immigration system. We had a chance of getting there with the bipartisan bill that was being worked on in the Senate that would have brought order to our border, and instead was killed by Donald Trump, who was remarkably honest and simply declared that he didn't want us to solve the problem because as long as the problem was there, it helped his campaign. Let us realize that we are a nation of immigrants, that every group, including immigrants, includes both lifesavers and includes those who commit crimes. But keep in mind that on a per capita basis, immigrants commit less crime than those of us who are native born. So let us remember and praise all of the immigrants that have saved American lives and continue to do so today. With that, I yield back. Thank you very much.
It's back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, for 30 minutes.
I'd like to address some problems that ought to be covered by our mainstream media, but I don't feel are adequately being covered. One more time, I would like to review what's going on at the border. So the American citizens know our fiscal year ends on September 30th. And sometime in the next 2 months, as information keeps flowing out from the administration on the number of people crossing our southern border, we are going to hit the all-time high in the number of immigrants who are coming here, what I believe to be the all-time high. We are right now, at the end of June, have let in our current year, over 2.1 million immigrants. When the prior administration left, we were, in his final year, we were probably around about 120,000. So the American citizens ought to know that when we hit the all-time record, it's 20 times as many people who have crossed the southern border as who crossed the southern border in fiscal year 2020. Of course, in addition to the skyrocketing high number, you have the huge cost of immigrants as immediately they come in, are given school at probably $12,000 or $13,000 or $15,000 a year. They are housed sometimes in hotels. They are fed. They are given free medical care, or largely free medical care, as President Biden promised he would do when he ran for president 4 years ago. And I hope that when these final figures are released, they might be released in the middle of September, they might be released in the middle of October, the American public is immediately given time to digest the numbers. This is also a humanitarian problem, in addition to a huge fiscal problem. It's a humanitarian problem in that, along with this group, it appears as though we are going to approach probably won't get there, but approach 90,000 unaccompanied minors. Can you imagine a 10-year-old, a 12-year-old child without either parent there being let into the United States? They'll try to find a foster parent, and maybe it'll be a relative, maybe it won't be, although the Biden administration no longer does DNA tests to make sure if somebody claims to be an uncle or a parent or an uncle that they really are. There was a time we were upset about tiny numbers of people when their parents broke the law, separated from their parents for a week, for 10 days or something. Here we have a situation in which we're going to have almost 90,000 unaccompanied minors separated from their parents for life. Talk about a humanitarian problem. I should also point out that when we have an open border, people die making the dangerous trip. I've been at the border 8 or 9 times, be it drowning in the Rio Grande, be it drowning in the Pacific Ocean, be it dehydrating in the Arizona heat. Every year, people are dying because they think they can come to this country because President Biden has created the expectation that people can come in this country without concern. I also want to point out, and I hate to be too tough on President Biden here, because, of course, soon after he took office, he named Kamala Harris the border czar. I would have thought at the time she'd be so grateful for the responsibility. President Biden had rescued her from political oblivion after her presidential run in 2020 came to naught. But when she was given this responsibility and opportunity to shine, and even if she didn't want the responsibility, Joe Biden gave it to her. You know, our boss always doesn't always assign us responsibilities we want to have. But it was interesting that for over 3 years, nothing at all was done with the responsibility. It looks like then Joe Biden had to step in and do a little bit of something. But it's something that as we go through our lives and the full impact of letting over 2 million people in this country every year hits this country, we remember the tandem of President Biden and even more, Vice President Harris, who he assigned to solve this problem, what they did and the permanent crisis that we have. I should also point out, because sometimes when people talk about the border, they say, people just have to get here, and we've always been a country of immigrants. People should remember that if you look in 4-year increments, as far as I can tell, we are now hitting all-time records of legal immigrants coming in this country. We have legal immigrants coming in at about 850,000 people a year. I don't think we talk about that as much as we should. The other thing I want to mention are 850,000 new citizens a year. The other thing, while I'm talking about the number of new citizens coming here, I'd like to touch on where the people are coming from. And I touch on it because they're people who like to tear down America, you know, Eurocentric, that sort of thing. So I dug up where our new immigrants are coming from. And kind of from maybe surprising to the people who like to run down America and talk about racist, that sort of thing. In the most recent year that I could find, 2022, the country of immigrants that are coming to the U.S. being naturalized the most is Mexico, then India, then Philippines, then Cuba, Dominican, Vietnam, China, Jamaica, El Salvador, Colombia, Pakistan, Haiti, Iran, South Korea, Nigeria, Bangladesh, and Brazil. Those are the top 17. You notice anything about those 17 countries that are the leading countries in sending us immigrants? None of them have a primarily European population. You'd have to get down to Britain, where you come in at 18th. The 17 countries that our new citizens are coming from the most are from all around the globe. None of them are from a primarily European country. And I think that's something that we should tell our children and should be taught in class to counteract the people who like to run down America and scream racism, racism. So in any event, to summarize, I hope that when we hit the all-time record of people coming across the southern border, which is going to happen sometimes in September, October, it's the banner headline in this country, as well it should be. The next issue that still has not been taken up, but ought to be taken up, is the large number of people in this country who are born into families in which they won't have a dad at home. And sometimes that's inevitable, but it has changed America from a time when the Great Society kicked in until today. And there are over 70 programs in this country in which it is much easier to get government benefits if one is a parent not married to the other parent. This is because we give out penalties, or give out various things, food, medical care, housing, if someone is perceived to be, quote, in poverty. If they are married to somebody with an income, they are not in poverty. And there are over 70 programs that you are eligible for, that if you married the other parent and the other parent has an income, you would lose that program. You have a very generous earned income tax credit program that can get you $7,000 or $8,000. You have the food share program. You have, like I mentioned, the health care that you could lose if you married somebody with a decent income. And you have the rental assistance, which can give you a benefit of over $10,000 a year. I don't know why politicians don't talk about it. I think it ought to be subject for debate. There have always been people in this country who do not want children to be raised in what we call the old-fashioned nuclear family, going back from Karl Marx and his disciples in the 1960s, his disciples as part of Black Lives Matter. So it's not like this decline in both parents at home happened in a vacuum. It happened, I think, because of government policies and the fact that there is a small but powerful group of Americans who wanted it to happen. And it's something we should have an open discussion on these programs. Hasn't been done, I think, because the press does not adequately describe for the public the generosity that we will give somebody if they stack these programs on top of one another. Obviously, nobody takes advantage of all 70 programs, but I think there are a whole lot of people who take advantage of 6 or 7 of these programs and put themselves in a position in which financially they do not want to live in a two-parent household. So in any event, there are a couple of the issues that I think have not been adequately covered in the newspapers. I hope they are in the future. To summarize again, I'd like to see a banner headline when sometime in September or October we have numbers released and we hit the all-time high number of what we'll call illegal immigrants coming in this country. I'd like to see the newspapers do a better job of covering the fact that our current, what else to call them, welfare programs appear designed to discourage Americans from having children raised by a married couple. And I would like to have a little more information, because when I ask people at random back home, they don't know the answer to these questions. A little bit more publicity as to where the immigrants who are naturalized in this country are coming from, because I think it would perhaps be a surprise to those people who like to educate our young people what a racist country we have, that in fact the top 17 countries in which we get immigrants from are non-European countries. So thank you, and we hope the press follows up on these, what I think are vital issues.
The gentleman yields. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes.
Gentleman yields. Read it. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Kiley, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today with an update on the condition of San Francisco, a city whose fate has been largely shaped by several politicians of prominence here in Washington, D.C. Foremost among them, Vice President Kamala Harris and Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi. I think it's important for all Americans to understand the tragedy of San Francisco, what has happened to one of America's most beautiful cities, because the same radical failed policies that have caused San Francisco's decline and collapse are gaining increasing traction in Washington, D.C. So I want to go over just a few of the reasons why it is that, as the San Francisco Chronicle put it last year, this city is, quote, on the verge of collapse. Indeed, in many ways, my entire state of California offers a preview of where our country has been headed. But San Francisco offers an even starker warning. It is the part of our state where failed policies, radical politics, and public corruption are in their most advanced stage, and where residents are most rapidly fleeing. In an article headlined, "San Francisco Falls into the Abyss," UCLA economics professor Lee Ohanian writes, quote, "No major American city has failed at the same level as Detroit, whose population dropped from 1.85 million people in 1950 to about 630,000 today. Move over Detroit," he writes. "Here comes San Francisco, which lost 6.3% of its population between 2019 and 2021, a rate of decline larger than any two-year period in Detroit's history and unprecedented among any major U.S. city. The city is declining faster than any major U.S. city in the history of our country. And the reasons are not a mystery. Foremost among them are crime, drug addiction, homelessness, waste, unaffordability, failing schools, all a result of failed governance. So let's just start with the crime situation in San Francisco, which is a city that has had a progression of self-described progressive prosecutors, starting with now Vice President Harris, who has used that term to describe herself, progressive prosecutor, followed by others in her mold, George Gascon, and then Chesa Boudin, who was ultimately recalled from office by voters. Now, on a state level, California law has essentially legalized many forms of crime, making theft of merchandise below $950 a misdemeanor, as well as the possession of even Class A drugs. In practice, this means offenders are rarely, if ever, prosecuted, and in many cases, businesses have stopped even reporting losses. San Francisco's anti-law enforcement policies have compounded these problems. For example, a few years ago, in 2020, San Francisco defunded the police, shifting $120 million away from law enforcement. If you park your car while in the city, the advice is just to leave the doors open and make sure there are no valuables inside. That will at least spare you the cost of replacing your windshield. Last year, the Castro Merchants Association, representing 125 business owners, wrote a scathing letter regarding the city's failure to address the lawlessness around them. One said, "We're just seeing constant vandalism, constant drug use in public, people passed out on the sidewalk, people having psychotic breakdowns, and it's just not something a small business owner should have to deal with." On top of these general problems relating to crime, retail theft, car thefts, is the issue of drug use. Walking through San Francisco, you will see open drug use and drug dealing, with an open-air drug market scene that is so rampant that even last year, Governor Gavin Newsom sent in the National Guard ostensibly to get it under control. While California has among the highest rates of illegal drug use in the country, San Francisco is well above the national average, with 22% of the population in the San Francisco, Oakland, Fremont area using an illegal drug in the last year. Tragically, the number of overdose deaths has skyrocketed from 222 to now 647 in a given year. Things only got worse during the COVID shutdowns as far more people in the city died from overdoses than from COVID. Facing among the most punishing lockdowns in the country, emergency room mental health visits increased substantially, especially for young people. It certainly doesn't help matters that the supply of drugs is so abundant thanks to the crisis at our border, largely overseen by this administration's border czar, Vice President Kamala Harris. And it should be noted that San Francisco declared itself a sanctuary city long before California became a sanctuary state. On that note, the current vice president also played a starring role when she was district attorney, abiding by the city's sanctuary policies. And then when she was the state's attorney general, she actually paved the way for California to become a sanctuary state by opposing a federal law meant to stop sanctuary jurisdictions. A third issue that one will confront immediately in San Francisco is homelessness. And this is very much connected to the crisis of crime, drug use, and mental health, the explosion of homelessness in San Francisco. Once again, while California leads the nation in homelessness, San Francisco is worst of all. Between 2005 and 2020, the number of homeless increased from 5,404 to 8,124. During that same period, homelessness declined significantly nationwide. Within a 3-year span, complaints of homeless encampments to the city's 311 line increased from 2 to 62 each and every day. Meanwhile, the share of the homeless population that is unsheltered has also gone up in recent years. Fourthly is the waste situation. Between 2014 and 2018 in San Francisco, calls about human feces doubled to 20,933. $100 million was spent on street cleaning in 2019 alone. In a 3-year span, the city replaced 300 lampposts corroded by urine. The overall condition of many areas is something that no American should ever have to experience, especially kids walking to school. Speaking of kids, San Francisco Unified has the second widest achievement gap of any school district in California with over 5,000 students. A Cal Matters investigation from 2017 found that San Francisco had the worst black student achievement rate of any county in California. Just 19% of black students in San Francisco passed the state's reading test, compared with 31% statewide. This was before COVID. While California was last in the nation in getting students back to school, San Francisco was worst of all, keeping schools closed not only in 2020, but through the end of the 2020-2021 school year. While they refused to actually operate schools, the district instead spent time on a commission to rename them, even proposing taking Abraham Lincoln's name off of an elementary school. The district then came up with a scheme to scam the state by pretending to open for the last 2 weeks of the school year in order to get millions of dollars in extra funding. Predictably, test scores have since plummeted even further. The citizens of San Francisco, by the way, responded by recalling 3 of the school board members from office, each by over 70% of the vote. A fifth issue is bureaucracy. It costs an estimated $100,000 to build one tiny home for the homeless, 10 times more than even other places in the Bay Area. Almost $1.2 million is the cost to build a single unit of affordable housing. This is the city where it takes 87 permits, 1,000 days of meetings, and 500,000 in fees to build residential housing projects. San Francisco politicians boast that they brought home the bacon when they brought home a $1.7 million taxpayer-funded toilet. As the San Francisco Chronicle puts it, San Francisco's bureaucracy isn't just incompetent and comically inefficient, it is a corroding force in our life. They say spiritually, yes, but also literally. They call it corruption born of needlessly complicated bureaucracy. The public transportation system is a model of mismanagement, with the Bay Area Rapid Transit facing a $1.1 billion deficit over 5 years, with trains that are dangerous to ride and that rarely show up on time. No wonder ridership has plummeted, and they're projecting a $728 million deficit, this is for the city of the whole, over a span of 2 fiscal years. Finally, there's the cost of living. A survey from the Economist Intelligence Unit found that San Francisco is one of the 10 most expensive cities to live in the world. Average rent for a one-bedroom apartment is over $3,500. According to data from the California Association of Realtors, a San Franciscan needs to make nearly $400,000 to buy a median income home. The cost of utilities, groceries, and other goods is also well above the national average. The city has simply become unaffordable for far too many people. Now, this is the political situation. This is the reality on the ground in San Francisco. And it is directly linked to the political culture of radicalism that has developed in that city over the course of the last, say, decade and a half. And what's truly alarming is that many of the people who have had positions of leadership, like Gavin Newsom and Kamala Harris and Nancy Pelosi, have assumed greater power over our state and over our country. Indeed, California has seen its own population decline significantly. In fact, we led the nation in outbound U-Haul rentals over the course of 4 years, as you saw many of those problems I just discussed for San Francisco start to become problems for the entire state and are indeed now starting to become problems for the entire country. Now, I personally believe it's not too late to turn that particular city around. And for proof, you can look at the communities of my district. While California as a whole is declining, and 53 out of 58 of its counties are declining, the vast majority of my district is growing. Placer County and Folsom, for instance, are growing as much as anywhere in the state. Our communities are rated among the best in California to live, raise a family, and retire. While California, as I said, leads the nation in U-Haul departures, Roseville is the second-place city in the entire country in U-Haul arrivals. Many of the people leaving San Francisco, in fact, come to my district for safer communities, a more affordable cost of living, better schools, and an overall quality of life. We still face headwinds of misguided policies enacted at the state level, but we strive to use the tools of local governance and community partnerships to do what is best for our citizens. This is the model that our state should strive for, and it's the model that many other states are following. And it's the model for our country to reverse the policies that have gotten us so off track in 3 years. If we are going to get ourselves back on the right trajectory as a country, then we should indeed look to San Francisco as a model. But it is a model of precisely what not to do. Madam Speaker, I wanted to share some news out of California just today, where Governor Gavin Newsom has issued an executive order for state officials to begin dismantling thousands of homeless encampments on state properties and also encouraging local jurisdictions to do the same thing. Now, this is in response to the Supreme Court's recent decision in the Grants Pass case. I asked the Supreme Court to do what it did in an amicus brief, that is to say, overturn a misguided Ninth Circuit decision and give our communities back the power to deal with homeless encampments and to have common sense limits on the public spaces where they can be. It's important to note that Governor Newsom did not join me in those efforts. He did file his own brief, but he explicitly opposed overturning this lower court decision that has handcuffed our local community's ability to deal with homelessness. But I'm glad to see that now that the decision came out as it did and the court sided with my view as opposed to his, he is seeing the benefits of the decision and is apparently ordering the state to deal with homeless encampments in as much as it can within its jurisdiction and encouraging local jurisdictions to do the same. I know that in my district, we already have had communities that have done a very good job limiting homelessness within the constraints that they have, but this decision is going to provide a new set of tools to address the problem in a more comprehensive and compassionate way. But then there are other parts of California, such as San Francisco, where the homeless situation has gotten totally out of control, and at least to their credit, some of the political leaders there have now realized that they no longer have an excuse now that the Supreme Court has ruled. So Mayor London Breed in San Francisco has announced she'll be undertaking, quote, very aggressive sweeps of homeless encampments in that city. We're also hearing of action coming soon, potentially in Oakland and in other cities across California. Now, I did an amicus brief in this case calling on the court to rule as it did because I believed it could be a new day for California. The issue of homeless encampments on our streets, our sidewalks, in our parks, on the path of families walking their kids to school or going to the grocery store has been one of the biggest problems facing our state. It's been causing communities to deteriorate. It's been associated with crime, with sexual assault, with waste, with fires, with disease, with many other problems. And it has manifested a complete lack of compassion for the homeless individuals themselves, who oftentimes don't go to shelter when it's available because they're struggling with substance abuse issues, with mental health issues. So this court decision is giving back our communities the ability to place common sense restrictions on where homeless encampments can set up in order to protect order and safety and public health, while also allowing the tools to connect these individuals with the services they need to turn their lives around, whether that's substance abuse treatment, mental health treatment, other forms of counseling, family reunification, job training, and the like. It's been shown time and time again that that is the way to help people turn their lives around and get back on their feet, whereas allowing people to simply live and fester and all too often tragically die on our streets has proven to be a disastrous policy. And indeed, it's gotten to the point where California at this time has about half the unsheltered homeless in the entire country. So I do believe that this court decision that has just come down, combined with our efforts to restore consequences for criminal activity, with what's now being called Prop 36, really can be a path back to sanity and a new day for California. So I'm glad to see that the governor has at least recognized the potential of this court decision, and I would encourage him to make good on these promises, to deal with the state's own issues when it comes to state property, and provide encouragement for local jurisdictions to do the right thing while respecting their autonomy and flexibility to meet the needs of their community as they see best. Madam Speaker, a few months ago, we lost a true hero in my district, Lou Conter, who passed away at the age of 103 and was the last survivor of the attack on the USS Arizona at Pearl Harbor. I have just introduced legislation to honor the memory of Commander Conter by naming the Department of Veteran Affairs community-based outpatient clinic in Auburn, California as the Lou A. Conter VA Clinic. And I'd like to just share with folks in my district and across the country, because this is a true American hero, the text of this resolution. Be it enacted by the Senate and House of Representatives of the United States of America and Congress assembled. Congress finds the following. Louis Lou Anthony Conter was born on September 13, 1921 in Ojibwa, Wisconsin. Lieutenant Commander Lou Conter, the last remaining survivor of the attack on the USS Arizona at Pearl Harbor, was an American hero. On that fearful day, Petty Officer Conter helped evacuate shipmates who were blinded, wounded, or burned, even restraining some of his fellow shipmates from jumping overboard into the burning sea. In the days after the attack, he helped with recovering bodies and putting out fires. Lou Conter's heroic actions saved the lives of many of his shipmates on December 7, 1941. Following Pearl Harbor, Contra continued serving during World War II in New Guinea and in Europe as an enlisted naval aviation pilot assigned to VP-11, a Black Cat Squadron. Lou Contra would be awarded with the Distinguished Flying Cross for actively taking part in the rescue of 219 Australians trapped by Japanese troops in New Guinea. Later in the Korean War, he served on the USS Bonhomme Richard as both an intelligence officer and a Navy aviation pilot. Following his service in the Korean War, he served as a military intelligence advisor to 3 presidents: Dwight Eisenhower, John F. Kennedy, and Lyndon Johnson. During the 1950s, Lou Contra played a prominent role in the establishment and development of the Navy's Survival, Evasion, Resistance, and Escape Training Program. In addition to the Distinguished Flying Cross, he was awarded the Navy Commendation Medal and became the first recipient of the USS Arizona Medal of Freedom. Lou Contra retired from the Navy in 1967 after serving 28 years as a lieutenant commander. Following his retirement, he generously gave his time to share his personal experiences at veteran ceremonies and by giving lectures to students. Lieutenant Commander Contra's lectures were popular with generations of local students who were equally fascinated and enthralled by his first-person accounts. He is eminently deserving of recognition for his decades of service to a grateful nation. Lieutenant Commander Contra passed away in Grass Valley, California on April 1st, 2024. The Department of Veterans Affairs community-based outpatient clinic in Auburn, California, shall, after the date of the enactment of this act, be known and designated as the Louis A. Contra VA Clinic. Any reference to such clinic in any law, regulation, map, document, record, or other paper of the United States shall be considered to be a reference to the Louis A. Contra VA Clinic. Madam Speaker, on National Intern Day, I would like to recognize my 3 summer interns who graciously came all the way from the great state of California to our nation's capital to serve in my Washington, D.C. office. Amelia Sanchez, who recently graduated from Long Island University and was also a student athlete who shares a passion for public service. I commend her for the hard work she has done, and I wish her all the best in her future endeavors. The second intern I'd like to commend is Kevin Scanlon from Grass Valley, California, who recently completed his freshman year at Harvard. He previously distinguished himself as one of my top-performing interns during my 2022 election campaign for the House. His outstanding contributions were recognized statewide in California, culminating in the 2023 Kinder Award for Exceptional Campaign Internship Experience. Following his graduation from Forest Lake Christian High School, Kevin pursued his studies in economics and government at Harvard College. He is deeply passionate about local governance and remains dedicated to fully representing and advocating for constituents to the best of his abilities. Finally, I'd like to commend one of my longest-serving interns, Raghava Kodavatikanti. Raghava is a resident of Folsom, California, and recently wrapped up his freshman year at UCLA. Even throughout his academic success, Raghava interned with my office while I was in the California legislature and served in my district office last summer. I truly could not be prouder of these 3 young men and women who have just been outstanding public servants and have done such a tremendous job for our office. They have tremendously positive attitudes. They're smart. They're dedicated. They understand the importance of the work they do, the responsibility that comes with working for a congressional office, the responsibility that runs between us and constituents. And I look forward to hearing all about their academic success, and look forward to following what's to come next in their respective futures. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Pursuant to Section 3Z of House Resolution 5, the House stands adjourned until 11:30 a.m. tomorrow.